Beethoven. But who really was the man behind the genius? Welcome to Collapse, where history comes alive and every video immerses you in the destinies of those who shaped the world. Today, we take you to Vienna at the turn of the 19th century to meet a composer whose music has profoundly impacted humanity, Ludwig van Beethoven, a man capable of shaking concert halls, composing monumental symphonies, all while gradually sinking into the absolute silence of deafness. But who truly was Beethoven? A tormented genius trapped within his own body, a revolutionary who broke the chains of classical music to invent a new sonic era, or perhaps a fragile man haunted by his anger, his impossible loves, and the weight of his isolation. But before embarking on a new adventure, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss anything. Thank you, and have a great journey. Around the year 1770, Europe found itself at a political and social crossroads where absolute monarchies, parliamentary monarchies, and fragmented states intersected. On the throne of France was Louis XV, a king facing multiple financial and social challenges despite the long centralizing tradition of the Bourbons. To the east, Austria was governed by Maria Theresa, followed by her successor Joseph II, both concerned with administrative and religious reforms while maintaining absolutist power. To the north, Great Britain presented a different model, with a strong parliament and a monarch who had to coordinate with the elected officials. At the heart of the Holy Roman Empire, the German principalities were still very fragmented, each possessing its own laws, armies, and alliances. This mosaic of states, often led by prince-bishops or secular princes, saw the multiplication of rivalries and opportunistic alliances. From the Palatinate to Saxony through Bavaria, negotiations occurred relentlessly to maintain a precarious balance. Meanwhile, Catherine II's Russia extended its influence on the continental scene, adding an additional dimension to the competition of powers. Territorial ambitions mingled with burgeoning ideas, creating a climate ripe for the upheaval to come. Europe, on the brink of revolutions, was thus unknowingly preparing for a political upheaval that would erupt in the following decades. Monarchs, receptive to the Enlightenment ideas, began to consider reforms, inciting hope among their subjects. Parallel to these political evolutions, an intellectual ferment was sweeping across Europe. This era was known as the Enlightenment, a movement of thought promoting reason, science, and critical thinking. Philosophers like Voltaire in France, or Immanuel Kant in Prussia, stood as free spirits, questioning religious authority, the structure of society, and the foundations of power. Encyclopedias, notably the encyclopedia directed by Denis Diderot and Jean-Laurent d'Alembert, aimed to gather all the knowledge of the time. This effort reflected an optimism regarding humanity's capacity to understand the world and improve its destiny. As scholars gathered in learned societies, the press developed, allowing for a broader dissemination of debates. Print runs progressively increased, fueled by the growing literacy of the bourgeoisie and the rise of cafes, where one could arduously discuss new theories. The educated public was passionate about philosophical treatises, religious controversies, and scientific fields such as astronomy or anatomy. The idea of human progress through the spread of knowledge was burgeoning, despite censorship exercised in certain places. Literary salons, hosted by women of high society, became the stage for animated discussions, where aristocrats, poets, and philosophers freely exchanged. Beyond borders, this effervescence contributed to fostering a sense of openness and curiosity toward others, the precursors of a nascent European consciousness. Reaches beyond privileged circles. Across the Atlantic, the British colonies in America are restless under the fiscal and political pressure imposed by the Crown. Since the end of the 7 Years' War in 1763, London has been seeking to replenish its coffers by taxing colonial trade more heavily, leading to growing discontent among the colonists. The idea that no one should be taxed without parliamentary representation is gaining ground, materialized by demonstrations such as the Boston Tea Party of 1773, when crates of tea were thrown into the sea to contest English policy. Local newspapers report these events, fueling a sense of injustice and the idea that freedom must be defended. In the Spanish Empire, administrative and economic reforms, called the Bourbon Reforms, are being implemented to modernize the management of the American territories. However, the transatlantic slave trade continues to operate at full capacity, with ships transporting thousands of enslaved people from the African coasts. The sugar, cotton, and tobacco plantations are thriving, permanently altering the demographics of these regions. In the Caribbean islands, the enslaved workforce already represents the majority of the population, while the Creole elite benefits from the economic boom. As 1770 approaches, the American continent is on the brink of profound upheavals, both politically and socially, against the backdrop of the aspiration for emancipation and equality. Further east, the Asian continent lives under the rule of ancient empires. In China, the Qing dynasty, led by Emperor Qianlong since 1735, administers a vast territory that stretches from the fringes of Mongolia to the shores of the South China Sea. The bureaucratic apparatus is solidly structured according to Confucian principles, and the Manchu scholars control imperial policy. Despite its relative isolation, the Chinese Empire trades goods such as silk, porcelain, and tea with Europeans via restricted coastal trading posts. In Japan, the Tokugawa shogunate maintains a strict feudal system while drastically limiting foreign contacts, particularly through the Sakoku policy that restricts access to ports. Only the Dutch, settled on the enclave of Dejima and Nagasaki Bay, are allowed to trade there. However, Western interest in Asian products continues to grow, indirectly stimulating maritime trade. The Dutch and British companies, such as the British East India Company, are consolidating their presence in the Indian and Pacific Oceans. They establish a few trading posts and monitor maritime flows to continuously supply Europe. In this vast region, political balances remain mostly stable, although local revolts may occasionally break out. The traditional empires, strong in their hierarchical systems, watch cautiously as Western merchant ships make occasional appearances. As the 1770s dawn, the Asia-Pacific region finds itself in a state of mutual surveillance. On the technological front, the last decades of the 18th century are witnessing major inventions that will transform the European economy. The most striking example is the steam engine, perfected by the Scottish engineer James Watt, whose patent dates to 1769. This advancement provides a powerful and consistent driving force, paving the way for mechanization in various sectors. In the textile industry, mechanical spinning significantly revolutionizes cotton production in England, notably thanks to the spinning jenny and the water frame. Manufactories multiply, attracting rural labor seeking more stable employment. At the same time, improvements in metallurgy facilitate the production of iron and steel, supporting the design of new machines. The first coke-fired blast furnaces increase yields, while scholars work on dye chemistry, promising new prospects in the textile sector. These innovations lay the foundation for the English Industrial Revolution, which will drastically transform society at its core. Although these advances are still geographically limited, other European countries are observing with interest England's growing economic power. The exchange of ideas, fueled by correspondence and travel, helps disseminate these techniques, heralding a future industrial surge. As 1770 approaches, these inventions are certainly not yet ubiquitous, but they lay the groundwork for a new era of growth based on mechanical energy and innovation. The European cultural sphere is also teeming with creativity at this time. In music, the classical style is gradually asserting itself, represented among others by Joseph Haydn, an Austrian composer born in 1732, whose career is already well advanced. He is supported by aristocratic patrons, such as the Esterhazy family, which offers him an environment conducive to the creation of symphonies and string quartets. In Salzburg, a young prodigy named Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, born in 1756, is beginning to gain recognition for his early talents on the keyboard and violin. Princely courts are competing to attract the best musicians, demonstrating the importance of patronage and pomp. In literature, salons held by noblewomen or the enlightened bourgeoisie allow poets, writers, and philosophers to exchange ideas freely. French and German languages often intermingle there, promoting the circulation of ideas. Plays are read, and debates about aesthetics and morality are held, while dramatic works take shape behind the scenes. Italian influence persists, particularly in opera, where castratos and virtuoso singers fascinate the audience. In visual arts, painting turns towards a more refined classicism, inspired by the rediscovered canons of antiquity, while in architecture, the birth of neoclassicism is observed. Under the impetus of academies, the quest for formal perfection becomes an ideal that shares the space with innovative artistic effervescence. The 7 Years' War, which ended in 1763, left behind a deeply reshaped geopolitical landscape. The main antagonists, France and Great Britain, competed on all continents, notably for control of maritime routes and colonies. The peace concluded strengthened the British Empire, which seized key territories in North America and India, whereas France lost important strongholds. However, this prolonged conflict heavily burdened the finances of the major powers, prompting monarchs to find new sources of revenue, sometimes at the cost of unpopular taxation. On the seas, the Royal Navy reaffirms its supremacy, even as the French Navy seeks to revive and preserve its honor. Meanwhile, Russia, under Catherine II, is developing its army and expanding its borders westward and southward, threatening the traditional balance. The German princes, for their part, are learning from these confrontations to modernize their own troops, seeking advantageous alliances in a complex political chessboard. Austria, still shaken by its past defeats, is preparing for possible future conflicts by reorganizing its regiments. Spain, a declining partner of France, attempts to retain its colonial possessions against Great Britain's growing appetite. In this context, the idea of a new international order begins to take shape, as armies are renewed and fleets are equipped, with outcomes remaining uncertain. Beyond the great diplomatic and military games, everyday life in Europe around 1770 also reflects this in-between era. In the countryside, the majority of the population still lives off agriculture, subject to climatic hazards and feudal dues. Agricultural techniques are slowly progressing, with the introduction of new crop rotations and more systematic use of fertilizers, but yields remain modest. Infant mortality is still high, and epidemics of smallpox or dysentery continue to periodically strike villages. Waves of famine occur when harvests are poor, occasionally fueling popular revolts. In the cities, which are beginning to expand, a more educated bourgeois class emerges, engaging in trades such as commerce, administration, or bookselling. Cafes, as places of socialization, become the cradle of urban sociability, while new forms of entertainment develop, such as public theater or paid concerts. The first Masonic lodges multiply, offering influential networks where ideals of justice and liberty are discussed. Aristocratic elites retain their rank and privileges, but sometimes observe with curiosity the rise of new ideas advocating equality or the sharing of political power. In the heart of the Holy Roman Empire, the region of Cologne holds a unique role at the end of the 18th century, as it is under the authority of both an archbishop and a prince-elector with temporal powers. Bonn, the capital of this electorate, offers a notably rich cultural panorama, even though its territorial extent remains relatively modest compared to other larger entities of the empire. Its ecclesiastical leader, vested with spiritual and political prerogatives, ensures the maintenance of the Catholic tradition while supporting the development of musical and artistic institutions. Great bourgeois families and local scholars mingle in a climate of intellectual exchange, fueled by the winds of reform and new ideas from elsewhere in Europe. Despite the ecclesiastical structure of power, there is a certain desire for modernization, as roads, hospitals, and schools develop under the impetus of administrators inspired by the Enlightenment spirit, even if the religious authorities strive to reconcile progress and respect for faith. This atmosphere acts as an essential backdrop for understanding how musical art, notably sacred music and court music, becomes centrally important. In this context, the elector's chapel emerges as a focal point for experimentation and performance, attracting talented musicians, including the Beethoven family. Under the influence of the Prince Archbishop, cultural life in Bonn is distinguished by its musical abundance. The court chapel, located at the Electorate Palace, hosts a high-level instrumental and vocal ensemble, led by a Kapellmeister whose status symbolizes a prestigious position. The musicians recruited for this ensemble are often locally sourced or come from other German-speaking regions, or even neighboring countries, attracted by career prospects and official commissions. The importance of sacred music is reflected in grand religious celebrations and solemn services. Liturgical compositions must not only adhere to ecclesiastical dogmas, but also impress the faithful with their expressive force. In parallel, theatrical music finds a voice in private performances for the court and its select guests. These performances sometimes combine elements of comedy, dance, or pantomime, helping to diversify the cultural offerings in the city. The composers in office, often versatile, produce an eclectic repertoire ranging from polyphonic masses to comic operas and chamber pieces played in aristocratic salons. These activities testify to a certain dynamism in an environment that remains, however, marked by ecclesiastical power and the rigid protocol of the court. It is in this burgeoning artistic milieu that the Beethoven family takes root, drawing upon their Flemish origins. Ludwig's ancestors, originally bearing the name van Beethoven, came from the southern Netherlands, a region then part of the Habsburg possessions. Their gradual migration to Germany is explained by the search for musical opportunities and by the networks of princely courts that encouraged the arrival of talented artists. Thus, Ludwig's grandfather, also named Ludwig, was a respected musician in Bonn, himself serving as Kapellmeister at the electoral court. His experience and reputation paved the way for his son Johann, the future father of the composer, who also held a position as a tenor within the chapel. Johann Beethoven was sometimes severe and demanding, both in his role as a singer and in the musical education he would later provide. He is known for his ambition to pass on the family legacy to his descendants, convinced of the importance of strict discipline to forge future virtuosos. Alongside him, Maria Magdalena Kavarich, Ludwig's mother, embodies a gentler and more affectionate temperament. Coming from a family of noble servants, she brings warmth and kindness to a household where music prevails. Thanks to this professional status within the chapel, the Beethovens gradually insert themselves into an influential social network. In Bonn, the distinction between the nobility, the clergy, and the affluent bourgeoisie may seem rigid, but music plays a bridging role. Musical evenings organized by patrons or high ecclesiastical authorities become many opportunities for encounters and exchanges. Performances before the Archbishop-Elector and his entourage also serve to promote the virtuosity of singers, instrumentalists, and composers. Furthermore, the large number of private circles animated by art and philosophy enthusiasts demonstrates a general enthusiasm for intellectual debates inspired by the Enlightenment spirit sweeping across Europe. Within this environment, Freemasonry finds a particular echo. Lodges, discreetly spreading in several German cities, unite enlightened minds aspiring to a certain universality. In Bonn itself, some members of the bourgeois and aristocratic elite meet behind closed doors to discuss tolerance, social progress, and support for the arts. This secretive, or at least semi-secretive, sociability receives the tacit approval of some local high figures, like the Archbishop-Elector Maximilian Franz, brother of Emperor Joseph II, himself renowned for his open-mindedness. Archbishop-Elector Maximilian Franz of Habsburg-Lorraine, born in 1756, took the helm of the Electorate of Cologne in the late 1780s, succeeding his uncle, Elector Arch-Chancellor Max Friedrich. The youngest son of Empress Maria Theresa and brother of Emperor Joseph II, Maximilian Franz naturally inherits this family tradition of enlightened administration and patronage. In Bonn, he takes care to modernize the ecclesiastical state apparatus, oversees educational reforms, and supports the distribution of public aid. His ideas, tinged with Josephine rationalism, directly influence the organization of local musical institutions, notably the court. Because the Archbishop is also a great music enthusiast, he passionately follows singing and orchestral creations, regularly inviting renowned soloists and composers to Bonn. This patronage solidifies the reputation of the court chapel as a hub of artistic excellence. In this context, the Beethoven family benefits from an environment conducive to musical development. Johann, despite his sometimes gloomy character, enjoys the necessary support to properly perform his tenor profession, while other musician positions are created or renewed under the prelate's impetus. Thus, the presence of an enlightened ecclesiastical power favors the continuity of a tradition of quality, contributing to forging the cultural identity of the city. The Bonn court is not just a closed circle of religious dignitaries and nobles. It also attracts men of letters, printers, and professors, contributing to making the small capital an enviable center of intellectual exchanges. The relationships Bonn maintains with other imperial and princely cities, such as Vienna or Munich, ensure the circulation of ideas, works, and technological innovations. From engravings distributed in ecclesiastical libraries to scores sent by foreign composers, everything works together to create a stimulating climate. The wealthy bourgeoisie of the city, owners of flourishing manufactories or businesses, seek to associate with the court's radiance by financing public entertainments or charitable events. They thus approach the political and cultural sphere, reinforcing the idea that Bonn, despite its size, can rival other artistic centers of the empire. The children of musician families, like those of Johann Beethoven, often spend their youth between the strict atmosphere of rehearsals and the more relaxed sociability of these bourgeois circles, where one sometimes discovers Bach, Telemann, or Handel, thanks to the collections of enlightened amateurs. This dual belonging to the ecclesiastical world and civil society grants a cultural openness that will prove essential for young Ludwig. At the court of the Electorate of Cologne, the role of Kapellmeister holds a more important position than that of a simple music director. It is a position of trust, directly reflecting the will of the Prince Archbishop to surround himself with the best artists. The Kapellmeister oversees rehearsals, composes or commissions new works, and ensures the proper conduct of religious ceremonies as well as secular festivities. In an ecclesiastical state, the celebration of worship is of great importance. Solemn masses at the cathedral, sung vespers, and other ceremonies punctuate community life, reinforcing the spiritual authority of the archbishop over his subjects. The musicians, including Johann Beethoven, who serves as a tenor, are busy studying sometimes complex scores, preparing polyphonic choirs, and refining orchestral accuracy. This musical diligence is also reflected in more mundane court events, such as official banquets or anniversaries marking key dates in the dynastic calendar. Often, sonatas, short symphonies, or dances are performed to entertain the guests. Thus, the rigor required of singers and instrumentalists does not prevent a certain festive atmosphere, as the music aims to celebrate both divine glory and the political prestige of the electorate. This artistic duality strongly structures musical life in Bonn. Parallel to the official life of the court, Bonn hosts an educated bourgeois fabric that contributes to animating salons, literary circles, and more informal gatherings. In some of these circles, Freemasonry holds a notable place. Far from being just a secret club, it brings together an elite of individuals driven by an ideal of fraternity and moral elevation. They freely discuss scientific progress, administrative reforms, or even principles of religious tolerance. The men who frequent these lodges, sometimes close to the upper echelons of power, advocate an enlightened vision of society, fueled by the readings of French and German philosophers. In Bonn, Masonic circles benefit from the relative benevolence of Maximilian Franz, who is himself influenced by the ideas of his brother Joseph II, a sovereign trying to reform the empire from within. Meetings usually take place in a notable's house or in a discreetly arranged room. The discussions cover themes as varied as hospital organization, the promotion of agriculture, or music education in ecclesiastical schools. These exchanges shape a generation of individuals inclined to critical reflection, open to the international. Within this atmosphere, the Beethoven family, some members of whom might be connected to this network, draws an intellectual curiosity and sense of discipline that will reflect on the children's education. In this context, the daily life of the Beethovens is characterized by a mix of rigor and family solidarity. The father's income, although fluctuating, comes mainly from his activity as a tenor at the chapel. Johann, determined to elevate his children to the highest artistic level, does not hesitate to devote long hours to rehearsals and the study of music theory. He controls the sound environment of the home, profoundly influencing the musical development of the young ones. The mother, Maria Magdalena, contributes differently to her son's upbringing. More attentive to their emotional and moral balance, she instills values of patience and perseverance. In a city like Bonn, access to music starts at the parish school, where singing is often taught by clerics trained in choral singing. The most promising kids are then spotted and sometimes directed towards the chapel masters or other confirmed teachers. The Beethovens display an ambition to succeed, not only to satisfy their passion, but also to ensure financial stability in a society where princely protection remains the main social stepping stone. Under the attentive eye of the Archduke-Elector, every musical performance takes on a public dimension. Everyone knows that standing out in this environment can open new doors. In the hushed salons and sumptuous oratories, music sets the rhythm for every essential event in Bonn's life. At the crossroads of religious authority and the desire for openness, liturgical ceremonies and secular festivities follow one another to delight the court. Families of musicians evolve according to the demanding expectations of the elector, while being swept up by the intellectual curiosity that whispers between the walls. This effervescence foreshadows the rise of an artistic tradition beyond the Rhenish borders. On December 16, 1770, in the city of Bonn, then the modest capital of the Electorate of Cologne within the Holy Roman Empire, Ludwig van Beethoven was born. According to parish records, he was baptized the following day, December 17th, in accordance with the Catholic customs of the time. His father, Johann van Beethoven, served as a tenor in the Elector's Court chapel, while his mother, Maria Magdalena Keverich, came from a family of high nobility servants and had been married before meeting Johann. The Beethoven household was not a grand palace, but a simple dwelling close to the city's official buildings. Bonn was not the most prestigious European place, far from the splendor of Vienna or Paris, but it bathed enough in court culture to let a certain artistic refinement shine through. The child was given the name Ludovicus at his baptism in Latin, a form that would be more easily translated to Ludwig in German. Already his entourage sensed the outline of a singular destiny. The early years of young Ludwig were spent under the firm authority of his father, a rigorous man who dreamed of turning his son into a musical prodigy. Johann, aware of the phenomenon that Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart represented at the time, whose child prodigy feats had dazzled European courts, wished for Ludwig, a few years younger, to follow a similar path. It is said that from the age of 4 or 5, Ludwig was compelled to practice the piano and violin during long sessions, sometimes late into the evening. Johann did not hesitate to wake his son in the middle of the night so he could repeat an exercise or review a technical passage. Neighbors regularly mentioned these nocturnal sounds coming from the Beethoven's home, hearing the echo of the father's harsh remarks and the still clumsy attempts of the diligent child. Despite the harshness of this education, Ludwig soon began to develop exceptional dexterity and a rare musical sensitivity that quickly caught the attention of Bonn's good society. Aligned with the pedagogical methods of the time, Johann van Beethoven was not the only one to form the foundation of Ludwig's early education. Other teachers, recruited from the chapel or within the city's artistic circle, were called upon to step in. Thus, Giel van den Eden, a respected organist of the court, was one of Ludwig's very first masters. He trained him on the organ and introduced him to the strict discipline of religious services, where music constantly had to adapt to liturgical rituals. The young student learned to respect ecclesiastical modes and the nuances required to accompany choirs and soloists in a spiritual context. This teaching, sometimes austere, taught the mastery of registrations, the selection of organ stops, and the management of polyphony, all elements that would later shape the contrapuntal quality of his compositions. Another significant tutor during these early years was Tobias Pfeiffer, a family friend often mentioned as a pioneer in Ludwig's harpsichord education. Pfeiffer sometimes lived with the Beethovens to provide more intensive lessons. Famous for his sense of accuracy and meticulousness, he required the child to practice scales, exercises intended to loosen the wrists, as well as small Baroque pieces popular with the nobility. Such lessons complemented those of the organ, as the harpsichord approach demanded a different touch, able to bring out the subtleties of the repertoire of the time. Ludwig, sometimes exhausted, nevertheless maintained exceptional concentration for his age, further fueling his father's determination to present him as Bonn's new Mozart. Franz Rovantini was in charge of teaching the violin, an instrument on which Ludwig developed solid skills. Although the violin would never rival the piano as the main vehicle of his future genius, his violin training helped him understand the specificities of string instruments and forge an increasingly refined ear. Bow exercises, work on intonation, and rhythmic placement were all steps in the musical maturation of the young boy. Beyond the piano, Ludwig grew up with the idea that one had to understand all instrumental registers to grasp music as a whole. This principle, firmly anchored within the best schools of thought of the time, suggested that he was already becoming aware of orchestral structure and the potential offered by instrumental diversity. According to some accounts, Johann van Beethoven's desire to showcase Ludwig as a child prodigy even led him to lie about his son's age to further exaggerate his prowess. Official records tend to show that Ludwig was older than his father claimed to those who discovered him in concert. Johann likely wanted to evoke astonishment and admiration, hoping to replicate the phenomenal success achieved by Leopold Mozart and his son Wolfgang during tours throughout Europe a few years earlier. Although he couldn't travel widely in his childhood, Ludwig performed in public in Bonn as early as 1778, at the age of 7 according to civil status records, perhaps 6 according to his father's version. The event made a sensation in the local sphere. In the presence of curious bourgeois and intrigued court officers, the young pianist performed several pieces with ease considered astonishing for his young age. It's said that his cherubic face contrasted with an unsuspecting determination. The audience left the concert impressed by the precision of his touch and his ability to improvise small motifs on demand, a sign of an already effervescent imagination. The monotony of Bonn did not prevent, however, some intellectual and musical exchanges with the outside. Ludwig's father, often seeking opportunities to make his son known, participated in various circles where they talked about Italian operas, symphonies from Mannheim, or even more modern Viennese successes. The young Ludwig, on his part, mostly drew his inspiration and rigor from these imposed daily repetitions, but also from the rare moments of freedom when he could explore a keyboard without strict instructions. In such a context, any attention from an external mentor was crucial. This is where Christian Gottlob Neef came in, an essential figure for the continuation of his education and artistic development. Neef, originally from Chemnitz in Saxony, was called to Bonn in 1779 to become the court organist and musical director of certain theatrical productions. He quickly turned his attention to Ludwig, whose precocity had already caused a stir in the court's corridors. This educated man, curious about cultural developments, was involved in the detection of young talents and the broadening of their horizons. He believed that the true formation of a musician required a deep knowledge of past and present masters and the study of demanding scores. With Johann's consent, Neef was able to regularly give lessons to Ludwig, even allowing him to practice on the chapel organ, an instrument considerably more powerful than the one the child had access to until then. This experience on the grand organ, where the sound spreads in space through several rows of pipes, was a significant moment for any apprentice. Ludwig, enthusiastic, was going to forge a broader vision of harmonies and nuances. It was precisely thanks to Neefe that Beethoven had access to a work that would become one of the cornerstones of his training, the Well-Tempered Clavier by Johann Sebastian Bach. At that time, the works of Bach, a Baroque composer who had passed away in 1750, were not always central to musical education. However, Neefe, an enthusiast of intricate counterpoint, held Bach in high regard and wished to pass this legacy on to the young prodigy. The Well-Tempered Clavier, a collection of preludes and fugues written in all major and minor keys, represented a pinnacle of complexity and ingenuity. To confront it at an adolescent age required a keen sense of rigor, adaptable fingering, and a musical intelligence capable of deciphering the polyphonic structure. Ludwig, who had not yet mastered all the subtleties of this universe, seemed nevertheless fascinated by the sonic architecture of these notoriously difficult pages. Gradually, he became aware of the vast possibilities offered by contrapuntal writing. For him, this challenge was both exhilarating and revealing. It opened a door to the infinite realm of musical invention and creativity. This apprenticeship under Neef's guidance was accompanied by almost daily encouragement. The master regularly highlighted Ludwig's progress in notes or correspondence, describing the child as a phenomenon distinguished by his sincerity of interpretation. He also noted that Beethoven showed great curiosity, reading scores well beyond his years and even composing small personal pieces. Neef emphasized the importance of establishing a solid theoretical foundation before affirming his own style. He thus trained Ludwig in harmony, thematic construction, and the approach to the fugue. Nothing seemed too complex for this bubbling adolescent who, at the same time, became aware of his family duty. While his father subjected him to intensive training, Ludwig understood that music could one day become a means to support his family. Indeed, the Beethoven family's financial situation was not always stable. Johann did not hesitate to leverage his son's burgeoning reputation to secure some additional subsidies or to attract noble families willing to pay a sum to invite Ludwig to private concerts. This unstable climate sometimes fostered tensions at home. Maria Magdalena, of a gentler nature, watched over the emotional balance of her children. Yet, even though Ludwig maintained a deep attachment to his mother, he bore the paternal pressure without any real escape. Anecdotes of nocturnal practices accompanied by discreet tears testify to a complicated family environment, oscillating between love for the art and the constraint of success. In 1778, when Ludwig was just a young boy, a highly noticeable public concert took place in the hall of the residence in Bonn, a venue usually dedicated to official events and receptions of the elector. Although we do not possess the complete list of pieces performed, sources mention a program featuring some sonatas or minuets, as well as lively variations. The audience, composed of local dignitaries, wealthy families, and simple onlookers, was amazed by the already surprising mastery of the young pianist. Some court confidants reported that Ludwig, after executing the main piece, demonstrated his improvisational skills by spontaneously developing a theme in an unexpected way, revealing an extraordinarily creative mind. The public recognition of these early achievements was soon reflected in an editorial event. Beethoven, under Neef's patronage, ventured into writing keyboard variations as early as 1782. Among these, we find the Variations on a March by Dressler, later catalogued under the number WO 63, with WO standing for Werke ohne Opuszahl, meaning works without opus number. This publication marked a turning point in how the musical community in Bonn perceived Ludwig. While it was not yet a mature work or a grand complex symphony, it was a set of variations on a relatively popular tune. However, for a boy of barely 12 years, to already succeed in forming a suite of developments around a theme into a coherent and pleasant ensemble was quite an achievement. The style is at times still awkward, but the formal daring and virtuosic passages hinted at uncommon talents. The enlightened circles of Bonn recognized in Ludwig the moral influence of Neef. In a writing from 1783, this master did not fail to praise the merits of his pupil. He explained how Beethoven already mastered the keyboard, emphasizing that he played with great dexterity and interpreted Bach's The Well-Tempered Clavier with utmost accuracy. Such compliments were not made lightly. In the same text, Neef insisted on the promising future of Ludwig. The child, he said, might well become a second Mozart if he continues to progress. These phrases, echoed in the regional gazettes, marked the first public testimonies of the exception that Beethoven represented in the German musical landscape. The reactions of his immediate environment were not, however, unanimous. Some observers pointed to the extreme severity of Johann, who wanted at all costs to make his son a prodigy and profit from it. For many, this father, a former student of his own father, Ludwig's grandfather, Ludwig Sr., a renowned Kapellmeister from Bonn who had died a few years earlier, sought above all to perpetuate the family legacy while enhancing his own reputation. Ludwig's younger brothers, Caspar Karl and Nikolaus Johann, did not receive the same attention nor the same investments. The house mainly resonated with Ludwig's rehearsals, who had become the pivot of all ambitions. Nevertheless, the father's love was not disputed. It was a demanding teaching, but undermined by an authentic desire to see the child achieve outstanding artistic recognition. Around 1782-1783, Beethoven's talent was already well recognized in the city of Bonn. The court of the Elector encouraged music, and various religious celebrations, diplomatic ceremonies, and state festivities offered opportunities to play, sometimes in front of a public composed of eminent foreign guests. Ludwig, frequently solicited, became accustomed to a new environment where the status of a musician was not always easy for an adolescent to bear. He was urged to show courtesy and humility to high dignitaries, while displaying his confidence once seated at the keyboard. It was, in essence, about mastering the rigid protocol of the court while giving free rein to a creative spontaneity that sometimes unsettled the spectators. At this pivotal moment, the presence of Christian Gottlob Neefe continued to play a key role in Ludwig's artistic direction. Neefe encouraged him not to limit himself to only Baroque pieces or simple chapel lessons. The master gradually introduced Beethoven to the art of the most modern composers, like Joseph Haydn or Carl Philipp Emanuel Bach, son of Johann Sebastian. The latter, very fashionable, offered pieces in an emotive style, characterized by marked expressiveness. Through these experiences, Ludwig absorbed various musical currents, enriching his harmonic and rhythmic vocabulary. His piano playing began to merge the rigorous architecture inherited from Bach and the new expressiveness shaped by the composers of the following generation. Each piece explored represented for the adolescent an additional springboard towards a personal style still in gestation. Despite his young age, Ludwig quickly developed an impressive skill in improvisation, a practice particularly valued in salons. In Bonn in those years, patrons or notables gathered during evenings where they played and sang in a more intimate setting. It was common to ask a musician to weave variations around a popular theme or to propose fantasies on trendy motifs. Ludwig excelled in this exercise, not hesitating to explore unexpected tonalities, to delay some harmonic resolutions to create tension, or to play with unprecedented dynamic contrasts. His listeners, sometimes perplexed by a child so assured, ended up applauding him warmly, aware of participating in the birth of a phenomenon. This local admiration, reinforced by Neefe's encouragement, led to the effective publication of the Dressler Variations, a small piece that is today considered one of Beethoven's first documented compositions. The printing of this modest score, notable for a child, testified to Neefe's desire to make his protege known, while also exercising him in the rigor of published composition. Respect for editing rules, proofreading the parts, the necessity of clear text for the performers. According to the few official reports, This release received a favorable reception in Bonn, and the score was probably distributed in a few other cities of the Holy Roman Empire, where some curious patrons were interested in new talents. From then on, during these early years, one perceives in Ludwig a determination that surpassed the mere activity of a child forced to practice. He already appeared as a personality capturing musical emotion and shaping it at will. Certainly, the domestic atmosphere remained difficult. Johann, reportedly involved in problematic alcohol consumption, according to several sources, increasingly relied on his son's achievements to maintain a decent standard of living. Ludwig, constrained to discipline, did not shy away from it. He was eager to learn, always willing to absorb new ideas and be inspired by them for his composition attempts. The hours spent deciphering Bach, exploring snippets of Haydn, or familiarizing himself with the dramatic pieces played at the court strengthened the young prodigy's critical sense. He made attempts to write some minuets or small sonatas, most of which have not survived or were never published. We only know that he practiced diligently, drafting and redrafting, until achieving a satisfactory result. Well before 1783, Beethoven had already acquired a notable reputation in the Bonn environment. Passers-by would hear of this boy from a modest family who could play the piano with the majesty of an experienced adult. When someone attended one of his recitals, they could perceive the breadth and precision of this emerging talent, which seemed to draw on both creative instinct and technical discipline. The rare letters from this period, especially those from Neef, describe a reserved boy, aware that he already carried many hopes. The mentor envisaged, if conditions permitted, pushing Ludwig to venture beyond the walls of Bonn to progress under other teachers. But we are still far from these travel plans. In these early years, the essential took place in the hometown, under the watchful eye of a demanding father and in the protective shadow of an enlightened mentor. This atmosphere, though sometimes oppressive, was decisive in shaping Ludwig's character. The young virtuoso, confronted very early with the necessity to excel, understood the value of rigorous learning. The multiple hours of daily practice, the confrontation with difficult pieces, the exploration of the repertoire through reading complex scores, all constituted the foundation of an artistic personality in full emergence. From 1783, Ludwig van Beethoven, then about 13 years old, was already heavily engaged in musical practice in the city of Bonn, which was then the seat of the electorate of Cologne. This period, often referred to as his adolescence, saw the budding of his talents as a composer and pianist, while proving to be decisive for his social and family relationships. Bonn, as the capital of a small ecclesiastical state, offered Ludwig unique opportunities. A court that, under the elector's authority, maintained a dynamic musical chapel and an environment in which the arts were appreciated and funded by the local elites. It is in this context that the publication of his first major compositions, the intellectual contacts with influential families, and his first attempt to extend his artistic horizon to the Austrian capital, Vienna, took place. The period ended with a painful event. Indeed, the death of his mother in 1787, a loss that, at only 16, already forced him to assume responsibilities as head of family for his two younger brothers. From 1783, Beethoven's creative awakening manifested itself concretely. The talents identified during his childhood, which were said to be extraordinarily promising, following his first public appearances, began to materialize in written works. Among these early compositions are the 3 piano sonatas, which will later bear the Opus 1 designation in publishing catalogs, but at the time were often referenced under the number WO47, meaning works without opus number at the time of their publication. In the Bonn of the late 1770s and early 1780s, the very idea of a young man of 13 or 14 composing and publishing sonatas was already surprising in itself. It marked his hard work, certainly, but also an indication of his desire to showcase his name before the notable figures of the court. The Elector of Cologne at that time supported musicians who could enhance the cultural prestige of his state. Praising one's protege facilitated access to more influential salons, encouraged patrons to offer concert opportunities, and thus guaranteed a certain financial security to artists. Dedicating a work to the Elector became a strategic gesture. Beethoven, still an adolescent, thus sent a strong signal, showing his wish to establish himself permanently in court life. This was a shrewd move, and this publication helped forge his identity with the cultured local public, but also with other musicians and composers called to judge his early works. In 1784, at only 14 years old, Beethoven officially obtained the position of assistant organist at the court chapel. For a young musician, assuming such an important role at such a young age was significant. Organists in service were traditionally responsible for enlivening religious ceremonies, but they also sometimes had to perform at official celebrations or private events. The assistant organist supported the main titular by preparing the scores, occasionally rehearsing the orchestra and singers, and accompanying the liturgy. This role, which one might think a simple secondary position, required discipline, regularity, and a sense of hierarchy. The young man had to adapt to the demands of a schedule where rehearsals and religious services were continuous, all while keeping time to refine his harpsichord or piano artistry. This new responsibility conferred an enviable title within the chapel, while obliging him to work with a sense of accuracy and punctuality often incompatible with the bohemian lifestyle that would characterize many musicians later in Romantic Europe. Simultaneously, Ludwig benefited from an extraordinary social circle for a young man of modest background. The Beethoven family did not belong to the high nobility. His father, Johann, was a tenor employed by the court, and the household's economic situation was sometimes unstable due to Johann's inclination towards alcohol. Yet, the adolescent Ludwig managed to create lasting friendships with influential families in Bonn, notably the Brüning family, whose open-mindedness and culture distinguished them in the town, and the von Waldstein family, connected to the nobility. The Breuning family, for example, often welcomed him. Madame Helene von Breuning, an educated widow with a passion for literature, encouraged Ludwig to take an interest in the literary and philosophical works of his time. In the Brünings' salon, they read Shakespeare, the English author from the 16th and 17th centuries already very renowned, and Schiller, the German poet and playwright, a major figure of the literary movement Sturm und Drang, which emphasized human passions and a thirst for individual freedom. For several years, Shakespeare's plays had been available in German translation, and their dramatic dimension, blending comedy and tragedy, opened new intellectual perspectives for a young composer seeking to express strong emotions. The von Waldstein family, for its part, is represented by Count Ferdinand von Waldstein, a patron and protector of musicians. He quickly recognizes Beethoven's talent and encourages him to cultivate the quality of his piano playing. Waldstein becomes, in many ways, a bridge between the court of Bonn and the Viennese circles, as he himself maintains relationships with the great Austrian aristocrats who, further south, actively patronize the arts. Although these relationships remain official and sometimes distant, they spark in Ludwig a keen desire to explore the world beyond Bonn. Count Waldstein's role does not stop at superficial compliments. He finances certain expenses and connects the young musician with other connoisseurs, which helps broaden Ludwig's intellectual horizon. The reading sessions in the family and friendly circle allow him to deepen his philosophical reflection. There, they comment on Lessing, Wieland, and indulge in the emerging progressive ideals in Enlightenment Europe. Beethoven's philosophical awakening will never be purely theoretical. It will profoundly nourish his artistic sensitivity and his need to assert, later on, a lofty vision of music as a deep expression of humanity. In 1787, when Beethoven is not yet 17, an opportunity arises to realize a dream, to go to Vienna, the imperial capital and a true hub of music in Central Europe. Vienna, at that time, enjoys incomparable artistic influence. Joseph Haydn and Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart reside or stay there regularly. The Habsburg imperial court maintains a network of theaters, musical institutions, and aristocratic patrons keen on novelties. Many European talents, whether from Italy, Bohemia, or the German principalities, aspire to receive Viennese influence, to perform before a larger and more demanding audience, and to perfect their knowledge there. For Beethoven, this city thus represents the ideal place to measure himself against the greatest and draw inspiration from established composers. It is known that he received some form of recommendation, probably from the elector or his entourage, and that supporters such as Ferdinand von Waldstein encouraged him to undertake this journey. The accounts of this stay in Vienna in 1787 remain partially contradictory. Some claim that Beethoven was able to meet Mozart, while others argue that, if there was an attempt to do so, their meeting may never have happened, or was too brief to leave indisputable traces in the archives. The anecdotes that circulate still evoke the possibility that Mozart, hearing Ludwig improvise on the piano, quickly grasped the extent of his talent, to the point of declaring, according to legend, "Pay attention to him. One day he will give the world something to talk about." It is difficult to distinguish the hagiographic part of this story, but this account alone shows the importance already attributed to encounters between great musicians. Vienna was the symbolic heart of instrumental music, and Mozart, though still on the rise, already enjoyed resounding fame. A mere conversation with him represented a major event, capable of changing the artistic destiny of any ambitious young musician. Whether it took place or not, Beethoven must have felt a certain impatience at the thought of confronting a figure he admired, even if his own style continued to deepen and individualize since his formative years in Bonn. The journey is, however, cut short, perhaps less than 2 weeks after Beethoven's arrival. The reasons for this abrupt return are related to the fragile health of his mother, Maria Magdalena Keverich, whose illness the young musician learns of just as he begins his stay. Obligated by family duty, Ludwig leaves Vienna hastily, abandoning, for a time at least, the hope of studying with Mozart and absorbing the Viennese effervescence. The mother's condition, according to the scarce correspondences from those years, rapidly deteriorates. Archives indicate that Maria Magdalena was a beloved figure in her son's life. She provided him with the affection that his father, more inclined towards strictness, if not severity, struggled to express. She represented a form of balance in a household often marked by financial tensions and Johann's alcohol excesses. Particularly gentle, inclined to care for the health and education of her children, she most likely maintained a climate of serenity, without which young Ludwig could not have progressed so quickly in his musical studies. Her character and moral support counterbalanced the sometimes overly oppressive ambition of the father and the harshness of the professional musical environment. In July 1787, the situation becomes critical and Maria Magdalena's death occurs. Ludwig, having returned to Bonn as soon as he learned of the gravity of the illness, is with her during her final moments. Documents indicate that this loss deeply affects his sensitivity. He is then 16 years old, a tender age to endure such suffering. Moreover, the organizati, that is, the stability of his income at the service of the chapel, is not enough to dispel the shadow cast over the Beethoven household by his mother's passing. He becomes, in effect, the primary moral support for his two younger brothers, Caspar Karl and Nikolaus Johann, both still children or adolescents at this time. The father, Johann, is hardly equipped to fulfill this protective role, as his personal debacles continue to hinder the well-being of the family. Tradition has it that Ludwig, though barely 16, assumes the role of responsible figure, managing the family budget as best as he can and ensuring his brothers pursue a decent education. Caspar Karl, born in 1774, is about 4 years younger than Ludwig, and Nikolaus Johann, born in 1776, is almost 6 years younger than the eldest. Both boys need emotional support and a certain authority to be guided. Despite the immense grief caused by his mother's passing, the adolescent Beethoven redoubles his efforts to maintain the unity of the household. Sources report that he was deeply affected by Maria Magdalena's death, heightening a sense of loneliness he sometimes felt at the Bonn court, despite his close circle of friends. Musically, this episode coincides with a period of turmoil and regression. As talented a young composer as he is, Ludwig must devote more time to domestic tasks and family support, preventing him from fully committing to potential advanced studies elsewhere, particularly in Vienna. Amidst these family obligations, he continues to perform in local concerts and develop his style, still aided by the teachers and patrons of Bonn who believe in him. But the love and maternal attention now vanish from daily life, a painful, emotional void that burdens the adolescent as he must overcome it while forging his own artistic path. Before his mother's passing, the brief stay in Vienna had awakened in Ludwig a keen curiosity that he cannot quench in Bonn except through the reading of philosophical and literary works. The contact, even if only for a few days, with Viennese cultural life, where ideas and scores are exchanged, nurtures new ambitions. He had the chance, brief though it was, to see how the imperial capital houses theaters, concerts, and a cultivated nobility. This experience, however short, confirms the idea that great music requires a wider horizon than the Bonn sphere, and that instrumental art fully flourishes among the great aristocrats likely to employ or financially support composers. The adolescent thus understands that he will sooner or later have to permanently leave Bonn to fulfill himself. But the awareness of this necessity is now overshadowed by grief and by the urgency of looking after his two brothers. This period places Ludwig in a constant state of tension between, on one hand, his creative urges and, on the other, very real family constraints. As the eldest of a motherless sibling group, he unwillingly acquires a keen sense of responsibility, making decisions for the household, trying to compensate for his father's instability, and looking after the morality of Caspar Karl and Nikolaus Johann. The money Ludwig earns from his position at the chapel or from some piano lessons he begins to offer helps the family survive. Already we see the character trait that will later strongly define Beethoven. This determination, or rather obstinacy, to lead his life by protecting at all costs the people dear to him, even if it means making professional compromises or postponing some immediate ambitions. The death of Maria Magdalena adds a graver tone to the long hours of study he must devote to the keyboard or to composition to maintain the high level of mastery required of a court musician. Unlike other child prodigies, he is not solely focused on virtuosity. Very early on, Beethoven becomes passionate about the harmonic depth of the works he studies, particularly those of Johann Sebastian Bach and Georg Friedrich Handel, whose scores are accessible to him through his teacher Christian Gottlob Neefe, or in the court library. He also continues composing and is said to have written, during this period, several chamber music and religious music pieces, some of which have only reached us in the form of scattered manuscripts or sketches. History especially remembers the 3 piano sonatas Wu 47, sometimes renamed Kurfürstensonaten, which means elector sonatas, showcasing an ability to develop musical phrases with a surprising maturity for a composer of around 14 years old. In the Breuning circle, it is noted that Beethoven, usually reserved, appears more somber after his mother's death. Listening to Shakespeare torpedoes his joyful feelings by plunging them into the complexity of human passions. It is reported that reading Schiller, infinitely attached to the ideals of freedom and dignity, resonates deeply with him. Schiller's texts, for example, address the drama of the human condition, the revolutionary impulse that takes root in man's aspirations for justice, themes that, in Beethoven's mind, begin to mingle with his music. It is possible that a moral sense, coupled with a fierce desire to break free from the constraints weighing on his life, is forged at that time. However, the discovery of these currents of thought does not erase daily reality. He must maintain order in a home where income is not guaranteed, where the father is unreliable, and where his 2 brothers rely on him to continue their studies. Despite the gravity of the situation, Beethoven can always count on the support of Archbishop-Elector Maximilian Franz, successor to Maximilian Friedrich at the head of the electorate, who shows a certain interest in the arts, particularly instrumental music. Maximilian Franz, even after the publication of the dedicated sonatas, keeps a benevolent eye on the young assistant organist. Since Beethoven's musical production partly serves the court's prestige, the elector acknowledges the benefit of partially providing for his needs, or at least allowing him the possibility to emancipate himself from paternal authority. Thus, encouragements and financial support continue to arrive, so much so that the adolescent, while not enjoying absolute ease, is not entirely left to his own devices. Opportunities to play the harpsichord or piano, to participate in small performances, abound. Some sources also report that local aristocrats occasionally call on his talent to brighten a meal or an evening. He would then be entrusted with accompanying singers or violinists. These solicitations allow him to earn fees which, added to his salary as an assistant organist, provide a minimum of material comfort for his family. The years 1783-1787 correspond to a period of intense formation, combining both the acquisition of new skills and the assimilation of numerous literary and philosophical registers. Beethoven, who is ambitious, senses that he needs to deepen his expertise in composition, but he remains under his father's authority and is now quasi-parentally responsible for his younger brothers. Musically, his responsibility within the chapel becomes formalized. Holding an official post at the age of 14 is indeed exceptional. Professional musicians, often older, may question the true extent of his abilities, but as soon as they hear him play, most are impressed by the precision of his execution, the finesse of his ear, and the early evidence of improvisation. At this moment, his improvisations already cause astonishment, as he manages to handle fugue and bold modulations that recall Bach's contrapuntal tradition, infused with a singularly new sensitivity for such a young composer. This talent, however, does not express itself in perfect comfort. Documents of the time sometimes mention a temperamental Beethoven, capable of changing moods, already subject to inner worries, compounded by the sadness of mourning. His close friends, among them young people from the bourgeoisie of Bonn who share a taste for music or literature, try to surround him with affection. The Brunings, indeed, support him on a moral level. They notice his passion for musical writing and encourage him to maintain his readings of Shakespeare, which he particularly enjoys. On his part, the connection with Count von Waldstein remains strong. The latter remains convinced that Beethoven's future lies in a return to Vienna, where the artistic elite is concentrated, where patrons are more numerous, and where he could likely continue to hone his skills under even more renowned masters. But Ludwig, for now, cannot leave Bonn, as the loss of his mother takes precedence over all other considerations and compels him to stay close to his family, to look after his brothers. This supportive role clearly burdens the young musician's daily life. Taking care of Caspar Karl and Nikolaus Johann, to whom he is deeply attached, becomes his priority. Schooling or learning a trade, clothing costs, meals, all these weigh on the family budget and on Ludwig's shoulders. His father, Johann, does not recover from his wife's death, and according to several accounts, drowns his sorrows further in alcohol. This precarious situation undermines the atmosphere of the Beethoven household, located within the small town of Bonn, not far from other bourgeois households. Later, neighbors would recall that Ludwig walked through the streets with a thoughtful look, sometimes closed, often hurried. He occasionally worked late into the night at the keyboard, earning a reputation as a young man demanding, bordering on insolence when accused of being too noisy or too focused to engage in expected courtesies. Already at this stage, the image of an artist entirely devoted to music emerges, for whom the balance between private and professional spheres proves difficult to find. However, despite these dark realities, the adolescent Beethoven manages to strengthen his musical language. The manuscripts he shows to his close ones contain new ideas built on an already solid technique. It will later be recognized that he was on the verge of reaching a decisive milestone named his youth period, characterized by a desire to experiment with new thematic developments, to give the sonata form a dynamism that already heralds some of his later impulses. In this sense, the publication of the 3 piano sonatas WO 47 represents an early glimpse of the boldness he would display in his major future works. But in 1787, these artistic perspectives become blurred under the intensity of mourning and the concrete obligations of a bereaved household. Neef's advice, his attentive teacher, helps him keep a foot in the rigorous study of composition, while his regular readings at the Brunings and in the few cultivated circles of Bonn continue to nourish his mind. Between 1783 and 1787, Beethoven's life revolves around several poles: his official position in the chapel, where he plays the organ and accompanies ceremonies; his first publications, notably the sonatas dedicated to the Elector, which establish him as a promising young composer; the invaluable support of local bourgeois and noble families, such as the Brunings and the von Waldstein, who introduce him to literature and philosophy; his unsuccessful attempt to stay in Vienna, where he perhaps hoped to deepen his art; and finally the family tragedy of Maria Magdalena's death, which entrusts him at an early age with the responsibility of maintaining family unity with his 2 brothers, Caspar Karl and Nikolaus Johann. In the aftermath of his mother's death, Ludwig must continue his lessons with the court musicians while managing the daily challenges. Under the distant but benevolent eye of the Elector, he continues to play the substitute organist, adding ancillary tasks to maintain the household. His father, increasingly dejected, offers him only relative support. It's imaginable that during this time, Beethoven deeply feels the need to surpass himself, both to honor his mother's memory and to provide his brothers with a clear horizon. The adolescent senses that music is not only an art, but also a means of achieving social mobility, gaining recognition and resources. Both an intimate refuge where he can channel his emotions and an indispensable calling card, composition becomes the ultimate expression of his sensitivity and ambition. Because he has to take care of Caspar Karl and Nikolaus Johann, he knows that artistic and professional success is not merely a personal challenge. It is also what will protect the family from complete destitution. Subsequently, numerous testimonies will recall that in 1787, Beethoven emerged from adolescence emotionally weakened, but also forged by the experience of grief and the confrontation with practical constraints. By composing his first ambitious works, holding his role in the chapel, and assuming domestic leadership, he involuntarily prepares for a life of obligations and high ideals. The enlightened circles of Bonn, for their part, see in him the promise of an artist capable of competing with those in Vienna, and the financial or moral support he receives, albeit limited, helps him not to succumb. The local bibliography of the time highlights that in Beethoven's family circle, the uniqueness of young Ludwig is clearly perceived. His hasty return from Vienna has left an unfulfilled hope of dialoguing with the greats, but each passing day strengthens the conviction that he will, sooner or later, settle there to confirm the artistic potential already attributed to him. For the moment, he must continue to combine his functions as a professional musician with the much heavier ones of being a support to his brothers and a parental substitute. At the heart of the years 1788 to 1792, the small town of Bonn asserts itself as one of the active cultural poles of the electorate of Cologne, then part of the Holy Roman Empire. On the banks of the Rhine, the court of Archduke-Elector Maximilian Franz, brother of Emperor Joseph II of Austria, inspires a spirit of enlightened modernization. The bourgeois salons of the city buzz with conversations about new ideas from France, while the court chapel continues its intense musical activity. Amidst this effervescence, Ludwig van Beethoven, still an adolescent, continues to forge his artistic sensitivity between official commissions, occasional pieces, and intellectual discoveries. He becomes more engaged in the local musical life, encounters the political fervor circulating in the reading clubs, and unknowingly prepares to take a decisive step, the departure for Vienna, the capital then considered the indispensable center of European music. From a young age, Beethoven already benefited from the support of influential figures in Bonn. The Archbishop-Elector, a music lover, recognized in him a talent destined for greatness. The occasional commissions young Ludwig received for works intended for celebrations or aristocratic entertainments became formative exercises. Among these creations is the Musik zu einem Ritterballet with the number 101, one of the so-called occasional pieces he crafted for the court. During these years, the artistic life in Bonn presented a striking contrast. Solemn orchestral symphonies were played during official events, followed by dance entertainments, where the aristocratic audience sought splendor and amusement. The elector indeed wished to consolidate the reputation of his modernized ecclesiastical state by showing that he could host and celebrate with grandeur like the great European courts. Raised in this environment, Ludwig sometimes ensures the orchestration or keyboard accompaniment. He is as much a church musician as he is an occasional composer when receiving these commissions. It is reported that for the Musik zu einem Ritterballet, played at a carnival party or a comital festivity, Beethoven took care to tailor the musical structure to meet the festive tastes of the courtiers. A short piece, distributed in dance movements and more noble airs, this work allowed him to confront the constraints imposed by protocol. Although the piece does not have the ambition of a grand symphony, it illustrates Beethoven's ability to assimilate, from adolescence, the traditions of court music while beginning to insert some personal accents. Already listeners note a sense of rhythmic energy and melodic inventiveness that suggests future creative maturity. Meanwhile, Bonn was awakening to the upheavals coming from the West. Starting in 1789, the French Revolution erupted in Paris. The echoes quickly reached the right bank of the Rhine, sparking both curiosity and concern. Reading clubs, which developed in the wake of the Enlightenment, became places of lively debate. There, texts by philosophers, political writers, as well as pamphlets and speeches related to revolutionary events were read and discussed. Thus, the ideas of liberty, equality, and emancipation, championed by authors like Jean-Jacques Rousseau, or later popularized by Thomas Paine, found fertile ground in Bonn. Paine, an exiled English thinker, had just published in 1791 The Rights of Man, a plea in favor of republican ideals. This text gained notable success in intellectual circles across Europe, including in Germany. In these meetings, new government structures seen in France, the overthrow of absolutism, and the declaration of the rights of man and of the citizen were debated. Beethoven, who indirectly frequents these circles through his friends, shows interest in the discussions. The educated families of Bonn, like the Brunings, maintain salons where ideas are freely exchanged and musical recitals are organized. The young composer's curiosity was not limited to music. He also read translations of Shakespeare's plays, Schiller's poems, and through his elders, became familiar with the foundations of Enlightenment philosophy. Furthermore, the humanist opinions already present in some of his mentors led him to question his own place as a musician within society. The city witnessed the blossoming of a pre-revolutionary climate, where enthusiasm for liberal ideas emerged simultaneously with fear of major political upheaval. As Bonn was governed by a relatively progressive archbishop-elector, the pressures were not as severe as elsewhere, but one could sense a certain tension within the local nobility, reluctant to give up their privileges. The more open-minded circles of the bourgeoisie, however, viewed France's political evolution with hope. Questions arose about the future of the German Empire, whose political religious functioning seemed increasingly archaic. In this context, Beethoven witnessed the fervor of groups of students, professors, and employees of the electoral administration, who sometimes adapted into German speeches or texts from France. The agitation remained quite moderate, but the momentum was real. In a few years, the awareness of a possible liberation of the individual and a more just social reorganization gained ground. Meanwhile, the Bonn Court Chapel continues its traditional musical activities. The orchestras and chamber ensembles regularly rehearse a repertoire of symphonies, masses, oratorios, and pure instrumental music, as was customary in German courts of the time. There is a keen interest in the Viennese style, clearly dominated by Joseph Haydn, and, more recently, by Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, whom Beethoven had briefly met, or at least attempted to meet, during an aborted trip in 1787. The reputation of the imperial capital as an indisputable musical hub shines throughout the Holy Roman Empire. Scores published by Viennese editors often reach Bonn, where they are carefully scrutinized. In some court concerts, recent works composed in Vienna are included, and Beethoven is called upon to perform excerpts. His own scores, still modest, reflect the influence of his mentors, notably his teacher Christian Gottlob Neef, but they hint at an aspiration toward more daring forms. Political unrest, moreover, does not dampen the taste for music. On the contrary, in a climate where the local elite questions the ongoing changes, culture holds a special place in salons. Aristocrats are aware that supporting a young, talented composer can create an image of open-mindedness and sophistication. Current patrons, such as Count Waldstein or others close to the elector, see potential in Beethoven to be developed. If he further develops, perfects his composition technique and his art of improvisation, perhaps he can elevate Bonn to the status of a more influential musical center. Archbishop-Elector Maximilian Franz, with an enlightened perspective, also bets on the cultural vitality of his territory to strengthen his authority and demonstrate his modernity compared to other more conservative German principalities. It is during these years that the growing role of reading clubs appears, where students and bourgeois share an attraction to politics and literature. Some of these clubs freely exchange revolutionary pamphlets, though prohibiting any violent incitement against the existing power. Enthusiasm for the French Revolution is sometimes mixed with caution, as the population also fears armed conflict. France is close, separated by only a few territories from the Rhine. Tracts circulate through cafes, and discussions ignite around this new spirit of freedom. Beethoven, through his friendly relations, remains connected to this fervor, and many historians believe this early immersion in the philosophy of the Enlightenment and the ideals of emancipation will echo in his future work, marked by the exaltation of freedom. A notable example of this intellectual atmosphere is the translation of texts by Paine, whose book, The Rights of Man, circulates in the literate circles of Bonn. It presents the principles of popular sovereignty, the critique of hereditary monarchy, and the necessity of constitutions based on the inalienable rights of individuals. Through these writings, the educated youth vigorously questions the validity of the feudal system still in place in some Germanic regions, as well as the relevance of ecclesiastical privileges in the political landscape of the time. Although Beethoven does not leave written comments explicitly stating his opinion on the French Revolution at this precise moment, his later letters and his sympathies for freedom in general suggest that he did not remain indifferent to this wind of renewal. The desire to elevate the human soul, which characterizes his music, seems to find an echo in these growing political ideas. Concurrently, there is a development of Ludwig's musical talents within the court orchestra itself. While he is not officially appointed as chief composer, he participates in the performance of symphonies by other authors, and sometimes proposes small interludes for festive occasions. His orchestra colleagues already mentioned the precision of his ear, his sometimes critical spirit toward tradition, and his thirst to experiment with new harmonic structures. Scores dated from 1790 to 1792 reveal a willingness to explore other genres. Beethoven reviews his counterpoint exercise books, accumulates sketches, and perfects his pianistic style, which, in a few years, will make a sensation in Viennese salons with the vigor of his improvisations. As Beethoven was gradually integrated, several influential court members became aware that a more promising future awaited him if he broadened his horizons. Indeed, the Austrian capital, propelled by Haydn and Mozart, was considered the hub where stylistic and formal evolutions in instrumental music were taking shape. Viennese aristocratic circles widely supported innovation, offering scholarships to talented composers who could prove themselves in prestigious salons. Moreover, Vienna was teeming with accomplished masters, capable of teaching composition at a level still largely inaccessible in Bonn. Thus, the idea of financing Beethoven's prolonged departure to the imperial court to complete his training took shape. The project quickly gained the support of the young Count Ferdinand von Waldstein, an influential figure with the Elector Archbishop, who was himself a fervent admirer of music. Waldstein, passionate about Beethoven's talent, engaged Max Franz in proposing an adequate financial solution. In this context, the figure of Count Waldstein became central. A great enthusiast of art and literature, he saw in Beethoven an ideal protege, bearing a new impetus for German music. He appreciated Ludwig's studious seriousness and noticed how his creative capabilities flourished when intellectually supported. In previous years, Waldstein had spent time with the young composer, encouraging him to contemplate the beauties of orchestral writing and to cultivate a piano style capable of moving a discerning audience. The Count came to the conclusion that staying in Bonn would not allow Beethoven to fully unleash his genius. He then wrote a now famous letter of recommendation expressing the faith he had in Ludwig. By the strength of diligence, received the spirit of Mozart from the hands of Haydn. This phrase, weaving together the names of Mozart and Haydn, two giants of the Viennese school, resonated like a prophecy for Beethoven. It was a call to perseverance and a reminder that the highest artistic inspiration is gained as much through the assiduous study of masters as by innate talent. Indeed, Haydn, who had spent several decades at the court of the Esterházy princes, was perceived throughout Europe as the father of the symphony and string quartet. In Waldstein's view, studying with him was an honor and a passport to enter the influential circles of Viennese high society. Furthermore, the reference to Mozart, who had prematurely died in December 1791, held particular significance. It reminded that the young Beethoven, who perhaps had briefly met the Salzburg genius a few years earlier, was part of a prestigious lineage. A whole field of possibilities opened before him once he decided to leave Bonn and cross the threshold into the imperial capital. Before this anticipated departure, Beethoven was still involved in the life of the Bonn orchestra and fulfilled his duties as a musician attached to the court. He produced several commissioned pieces, some of which, now rarely played, nevertheless demonstrate his skill in composing in various styles, marches, entertainments, and other works intended to mark an event. As 1792 approached, enthusiasm for his future journey mingled with slight melancholy. Leaving Bonn also meant moving away from his brothers, who were still under his care, and breaking away from the circle of close friends who had surrounded him since childhood. Once in Vienna, he would return only for brief visits, as musical life quickly consumed him. However, observing the rise of revolutionary ideas, escalating international hostilities, and the troubled period looming, the elector deemed it wise to hasten the departure. The patronage Beethoven received thus appeared as a concrete gesture of support, ensuring him relative financial independence to embark on this new phase of his life. In late 18th century Bonn, tension increased each year as the advancing French revolutionary armies soon threatened the left bank of the Rhine. Imperial reforms became urgent, while the entire empire was subjected to fierce criticism. There were fears of a resumption of conflicts, even an invasion. However, for the moment, cultural life retained its brilliance. Concerts continued, political debates were lively, and Beethoven, at the intersection of this artistic dynamism and progressive ideas, prepared for a decisive migration. Direct support from Maximilian Franz proves decisive. As the brother of Joseph II, the Archbishop-Elector enjoys a network of contacts within the Viennese court, an advantage he uses to benefit the young composer. His advice also guides Beethoven in the steps he needs to take to settle in the imperial capital. As for Waldstein, He writes the famous letter charged with symbolic strength, whose phrasing has since become etched in history. In his recommendation, he emphasizes the importance of adopting both the rigor of Haydn's work and Mozart's emotional inspiration. He implies that Beethoven, with his precociousness and energy, could become the spiritual heir of these two giants of music. This letter, which will be presented in Vienna, serves both as a passkey for Beethoven's recognition and as a guarantee of trust for the possible obtainment of a pension or aristocratic patronage. Between 1788 and 1792, the period Beethoven finishes in Bonn is thus rich in learning. He has already produced court symphonies, small pieces, a chivalric ballet, and, most importantly, has become familiar with a vibrant intellectual environment. The passionate discussions about the French Revolution and about freedom have awakened him to the philosophical and political dimensions of music. This milieu, while remaining anchored in the ecclesiastical traditions of the Holy Roman Empire, has welcomed new thought currents that have fed the young composer's curiosity. Furthermore, the emulation among musicians, his attentive look at the works of Haydn and Mozart, the performance of innovative scores, all constitute a solid foundation for the future. The growing tensions surrounding the geopolitical scene of the Rhineland, with revolutionary France at the door and turmoil within the Holy Roman Empire, also give the decision to leave a sense of urgency. For his supporters, there is no doubt that Beethoven must further his art. Count Waldstein, the principal intermediary with the elector, insists that Ludwig go to the Habsburg capital as soon as possible. There, he will receive lessons from Haydn, Salieri, or other masters who could complete his training. In this perspective, the years spent in Bonn take the form of an indispensable springboard. According to everyone, they have allowed Beethoven to hone his skills, write various musical genres, participate in the life of an official orchestra, and feel the political change in the air. Although he does not necessarily aspire to direct political engagement, he already senses that art can serve as a vehicle for ideals of freedom. The long and animated conversations with his friends, sometimes held late at night in semi-private circles, also persuade him that music has the power to elevate humanity, transcend social barriers, and serve the great causes of the time. Testimonies from the era describe a sometimes impatient Beethoven, already independent in spirit, little inclined to conform to the court's strict discipline, and too quick to display a passionate temperament. It is said that within the orchestra, he does not hesitate to propose modifications in other composers' scores, even suggesting more daring harmonic trajectories. Some mention his outbursts of anger, mixed with anxiety about the future. This period, marked by the still recent shadows of his mother's death and the memory of a tried family, consolidates his determination. He sees the departure for Vienna as a means of escape, a chance to attach his musical ambition to more solid support and to express what he harbors within him. History notes that the ultimate catalyst takes the concrete form of Graf Waldstein's recommendation. This symbolizes Beethoven's transition from the status of a local young prodigy attached to a secondary court to that of an apprentice genius in the making, ready to join the Viennese circle. When he receives the farewells of his friends, Beethoven will take with him their encouragement. In his unfinished scores, in the richness of the exchanges he has experienced around revolutionary ideas, he already draws inspiration for an art that, a few years later, will leave its mark on all of Europe with its audacity and expressive power. When he finally arrives in Vienna in November 1792, Ludwig van Beethoven is only 21 years old. but already has the reputation of a talented musician in his hometown of Bonn. He is not yet the celebrated composer the world will remember, but he carries with him the echo of flattering recommendations and a deep desire to learn from the best masters. His journey is made possible thanks to the financial support of the Elector of Cologne, who provides him with the means to perfect his skills in the Austrian capital, then considered the nerve center of instrumental music in Europe. At that time, Vienna shines with the presence of many music-loving aristocrats, private sponsors, and influential patrons. Various princes and counts, such as Prince Karl Alois Lichnowsky, open their doors to promising young talents. These patrons offer not only comfortable accommodation, which is crucial for a composer still without substantial resources, but their salon is also a place of meetings and private concerts where diplomats, courtiers, and renowned artists meet. Prince Lichnowsky, who is himself a great music enthusiast and admirer of the works of Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, decides to host Beethoven upon his arrival. This welcome allows the young musician to quickly integrate into Viennese life, as Lichnowsky introduces him to influential personalities while offering him relatively tranquil conditions for studying and composing. At that time, it is not uncommon for aristocrats to host artists. In return, the latter offer musical performances at private soirees or dedicate their new works to their benefactors. Thus, Beethoven becomes the guest of a prestigious environment, an essential stepping stone for anyone wanting to forge a reputation in the imperial capital. Although Joseph Haydn is mainly remembered as the father of the symphony and as an undisputed master of the string quartet form, his influence on the young Beethoven quickly reaches a turning point. In theory, Beethoven is to study counterpoint and composition regularly with Haydn and benefit from the experience of an established musician. However, from the start, divergences appear. Haydn, then in the latter part of his career, is often solicited to travel or respond to various commissions. Therefore, he cannot dedicate all the necessary time to meticulously reviewing Beethoven's exercises. Historians also recount a humorous anecdote. Indeed, dissatisfied with Haydn's lack of precision in correcting certain pieces, Beethoven allegedly preferred to secretly submit his assignments to another teacher for more rigorous feedback, including handwritten corrections, to ensure he did not waste time in his progression. The Viennese musical landscape thus encourages Beethoven to deepen his knowledge with other renowned teachers. Johann Georg Albrechtsberger, master of strict counterpoint and respected composer for his fugues, thus completes the training begun with Haydn. Albrechtsberger is known for his methodical teaching methods. He has Beethoven work on mastering canons, double fugues, and the relentless techniques of polyphony. Beyond these austere exercises, the young man must adhere to a rigorous discipline consisting of writing, rewriting, and having his scores approved under this demanding teacher's watchful eye. Beethoven, eager for perfection and ready to deploy all his energy to reach an exceptional level, takes advantage of this methodical approach. He thus forges a true technical foundation that will later allow him to transcend traditional musical forms. In parallel, Beethoven seeks the advice of Antonio Salieri, a musician renowned for his opera compositions and his profound knowledge of vocal writing. Despite his reputation being tarnished by posthumous legends, wrongly attributing to him a morbid rivalry with Mozart, Salieri is a sought-after teacher at the time, with many students eager to understand the balance of sung parts and the structure of drams per musica. Beethoven, whose sensibility more willingly steers him toward instrumental music, accepts these lessons out of a desire to complete his artistic education. It is with Salieri that he ventures into the Italian language of bel canto, learns to tame the orchestra in a theatrical context, and trains his ear to the subtlety of lyrical declamation. Although he never becomes a prolific opera composer, his snippets of learning with Salieri are found in how he later approaches vocal writing, notably in his only opera Fidelio and in his choral pieces. Thanks to these multiple teachers and his capacity for observation, Beethoven begins in the Austrian capital the writing of pivotal works. Among them, his string trios Opus 1 constitute an important milestone. Even though these pieces will receive the title of trios, they are conceived with an ambition of structure and density that often surpasses the expectations usually associated with this type of ensemble. Published later, probably in 1795, and dedicated to his patron Prince Lichnowsky, these trios attract the attention of Viennese musical circles. Some note that, behind the apparent classical form, Beethoven is already inserting harmonic daring, rhythmic dynamism, and contrasts of nuances that highlight his fiery temperament. At the same time, he begins working on his very first piano sonatas published in Vienna, known today under the Opus No. 2. These sonatas, 3 in number, are dedicated to Joseph Haydn, proof of the official recognition Beethoven grants to his master, despite their sometimes strained relations. Each of these sonatas offers dense writing, breaking away from the lighter gallant aesthetic of the previous generation. The intensive use of the keyboard, the extension of the lower and higher registers, and especially the pursuit of marked contrasts within the movements already characterize a desire for expressiveness more advanced than many contemporaries. Beethoven takes care to test the limits of the instruments of his time. He takes advantage of the more robust and evolved pianos, following the technical innovations of Bilderstein or Broadwood to produce more powerful and dramatic sounds. His Opus 3, also written around the same period, reinforces the growing conviction of the Viennese audience. This young German is not just a mere copyist of the classical style, but an independent creator, ready to exceed the established frameworks. Within the enlightened salons of the aristocracy, which then compete in organizing musical evenings, the idea spreads that Beethoven must be invited to hear performances already considered exceptional. While Vienna is still under the vivid impression of Mozart's memory, who died in 1791, and under Haydn's benevolent authority, no one can ignore the singular vigor of this new arrival, whose hands run across the piano with notable energy. The young composer's beginnings as a keyboard virtuoso quickly generate glowing accounts. In private salons, often adorned with period tapestries and embellished with sparkling chandeliers, a select audience gathers around the fortepiano to enjoy an intimate musical experience. Beethoven is often invited to improvise. This practice, very much in vogue since the Baroque era, allows accomplished musicians to directly demonstrate their knowledge of harmony, melody, and counterpoint. But Beethoven, far from contenting himself with simple, graceful variations, offers bold explorations. He can transform a simple theme given by a host into a succession of dramatic sound tableaux. At times, he shifts from delicate pianissimo to almost brutal fortissimo, causing surprise and fascination. Several testimonies from the time report that guests, generally accustomed to more measured demonstrations, found themselves literally transported by these improvisations with sudden mood shifts. In this milieu, the figure of the virtuoso is certainly valued, but it is not yet adorned with the same prestige as in the 19th century. Beethoven is not only a performer, he professes himself first and foremost a composer, and his piano playing is the direct extension of his musical exploration. When he improvises, he does not merely showcase his technical virtuosity, he wants to reveal the breadth of his sonic imagination. He incorporates motifs that will sometimes transform into entire movements of his sonatas or concertos, even several years later. Some aristocrats, aware of experiencing something authentic, report that whole evenings remained etched in their memory as moments of rare emotion. Observers begin to highlight his nervous way of attacking the keyboard, the flicks of his wrist, and his manner of keeping his audience in suspense, like a storyteller skilled at handling dramatic effects. Alongside these performances before a selected audience, Beethoven forges professional relationships with publishers and becomes familiar with the music publishing market in Vienna. At the end of the 18th century, Viennese publishers, such as Arteria or other more modest houses, begin to recognize the growing value of instrumental music, both for its artistic qualities and the demand from amateurs seeking scores to play at home. Although the profession of composer often remains precarious, the interest already sparked by Beethoven's creations opens several doors for him. He receives publication proposals for his piano pieces, his chamber music opuses, and finds an additional means to finance his daily life. The reputation he builds by improvising fuels this commercial dynamic. Any new composition from this eccentric from Bonn, merchants say, could bring a certain profit. However, one cannot ignore the political atmosphere prevailing in Vienna at that time. We are in the midst of the turmoil of the Revolutionary Wars. The French Revolution of 1789 has expanded into armed conflict, and European powers are reorganizing to form a bloc. When Beethoven arrives, Emperor Leopold II, successor of Joseph II, has just died in 1792, and the empire is governed by Francis II, the future last emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. Despite this troubled military and diplomatic context, Viennese high society maintains its passion for music. Aristocratic soirees, balls, and private concerts have not disappeared. On the contrary, some members of the nobility see in them an outlet and a way to prove that culture continues to shine, independent of Europe's political upheavals. Beethoven knows he must take advantage of this state of affairs. Through Prince Lichnowsky, he is introduced to other personalities, such as Prince Lobkowitz or Baron van Swieten, all of them sensitive to musical innovations and ready to subsidize, if necessary, a promising composer. Nevertheless, he must learn to adhere to a certain savoir-vivre. Although his manners sometimes betray a brusque character, he cannot afford to alienate these patrons, without whom it would be more difficult to organize concerts and publications. Haydn, with the strength of his prestige, also helps to establish bridges. Despite pedagogical frictions, he does not disavow his pupil. He sometimes reads his new pieces, advises him when he has the time, and, if necessary, recommends him to the elite. Around 1794-1795, Beethoven begins to truly gain confidence. His string trios, Opus 1, meet with success that exceeds his expectations. While some criticize them for being too dense for a simple trio, he receives laudatory reviews in specialized circles. His name is mentioned to musical personalities in other major German cities, even in Paris. Following this, the publication of the Piano Sonatas, Opus 2, comprising 3 distinct pieces, establishes him as a leading composer in the piano repertoire. Amateur musicians, often from the upper bourgeoisie, obtain them to enhance their private circles or use them during small salon concerts. A wider public henceforth recognizes a unique talent, combining formal innovation and rigor learned through Viennese teaching. The titles of these works reveal a common thread. Beethoven meticulously cares for the overall structure, ensuring that each movement is subtly linked while offering a palette of contrasting emotions. In the Piano Sonata in F minor Opus 2 No. 1, for example, he is already experimenting with dramatic transitions from darkness to lightness, material that will become characteristic in his later works. In the Sonata in a Major Opus 2 No. 2, he explores more graceful themes, while surprising the listener with sudden, fortissimo incursions. As for the Sonata in C Major Opus 2 No. 3, it stands out with its virtuosic momentum and ample developments, requiring a solid technical background from the pianist. His private concerts, where he often plays solo parts in works of his own composition, add to his notoriety. He is sometimes described as a focused young man, but prone to outbursts, isolating his listeners from the rest of the world as his hands strike the keys. Some spectators recount that he could be so carried away by passion that he would break strings or even damage the fortepiano's inner hammers. This enthusiasm contrasted with the more poised and elegant style of the previous generation, sparking curiosity. Viennese circles, in search of strong sensations, become enthusiastic about this newfound fervor. Singer and pianist Maria Anna Adamberger, for instance, is said to have compared one of his improvisations to a storm rising from a clear sky, according to a letter reported in some memoirs of that time. Beyond these piano feats, Beethoven's talent already manifests in the delicate balance between tradition and rupture. He is aware of the colossal legacy left by Haydn and Mozart. He admires them, drawing from them the best of classical writing, formal clarity, sense of proportion, melodic ease. But within this framework, he injects a personal drive, a febrile, harmonic, and rhythmic tension. Musical evenings at the Lichnowsky Palace sometimes transform into a kind of aesthetic joust, where young Ludwig demonstrates live how an old style can transform into a vibrant, new language. When he improvises, he takes a theme from Haydn or a few measures inspired by Mozart, then twists them, accentuates them, shifts them, to ultimately bring them to bursts of almost theatrical passion. These experiments catch the ear of those who already perceive in him more than just an instrumentalist, a creator who aims to redefine the composer's place in society. This momentum is fueled by the encouragement of his patrons. Prince Lichnowsky, a fervent admirer of Mozart, is delighted to have discovered a potential successor to the great departed genius. Prince Lobkowitz invites him to brilliant receptions where diplomats and musicians mingle. Baron van Swieten, a bibliophile and lover of ancient music, encourages Beethoven to study the scores of Bach and Handel, nurturing the contrapuntal fabric already worked on with Albrechtsberger. The young man's creative momentum thus receives both moral and financial support. He can refine his ideas in relative comfort, away from the material difficulties that might have prevented him from focusing on composition. In his heart, Beethoven sometimes shows impatience. He desires to prove that he is as capable as Haydn of writing symphonies, or that he can surpass Italian opera in a new genre. But he is advised to exercise caution. It is better to consolidate his reputation in chamber music and piano genres, which are easier to disseminate quickly. Symphonies require the presence of an orchestra, and therefore greater financial means. Moreover, the public is still under the spell of Haydn's symphonies, particularly those composed during his stays in London, both popular and masterful. Beethoven does not want to measure himself against them before he has amassed the technique and confidence necessary to establish a decisive landmark in the history of this musical genre. With the experience gained in the salons, Beethoven becomes aware that he can manipulate his listeners by playing on the unexpected. His improvisations are not mere demonstrations of virtuosity, but a form of dramatic miniature. He explores silence, places a suspended chord, waits a fraction of a second longer than usual, then reinitiates the musical action to provoke an emotional surprise. Contemporaries sometimes describe his playing as close to theater. One can almost visualize acts and scenes through the modulations. Lichnowsky notes that in moments of high intensity, one can perceive in his gaze a fierce determination, as if he were responding to an inner challenge. All this does not happen without friction. From a social standpoint, Beethoven remains an individual from a modest background, the son of a court musician and the grandson of a Kapellmeister from Bonn. He does not possess the aristocratic ease of some of his colleagues. His behavior is often deemed rude or awkward. He is not inclined to flattery, sometimes refusing to play if not in the right mood, and may address notables in a direct manner that shocks them. However, in this Vienna, where everyone prides themselves on modernity, Beethoven's straightforward character is also perceived as a mark of authenticity. Some see in him the emergence of a new type of artist, less submissive to hierarchy and more concerned with artistic integrity than with protocol. During these years, from 1792 to 1795, the atmosphere in the Lichnowsky household is very lively. Beethoven composes there, repeatedly practices his complex piano passages, receives visits from other musicians curious about his style, and presents his works in small gatherings. He continues studying counterpoint with Albrechtsberger to consolidate his foundations, while his meetings with Haydn become more spaced out, yet remain a symbol of affiliation to the classical heritage. Beethoven's financial obligations are still taken care of by his patrons, providing him with rare stability for a young composer. From time to time, he visits other aristocratic palaces, always escorted, to present a new piece or improvise during more social evenings. When comparing Beethoven's musical output during this period with that of contemporary composers, one perceives a transitional yet already rich stage. His piano writing, in particular, combines virtuosity with expressive intensity in an unprecedented way. Many Viennese hosts mention the impression of a fiery music, less polished than what is customary in salon concerts. His string trios, Opus 1, for their part, inaugurate his desire to push chamber music towards new expressive spaces. Their success encourages him to continue on this path, while nurturing an orchestral ambition that he will soon put into practice. Other manuscripts circulate, sometimes unfinished, attesting to the young man's bubbling creativity. His schedule is not solely devoted to composition. He must also perform publicly to reveal his capabilities as a pianist. In the rare concerts open to a broader audience, not strictly limited to nobility, he catches the attention of music critics. Articles appear in contemporary Viennese journals, highlighting the striking energy of this new talent. It is noted that while he possesses the assurance of the city's top pianists, he stands out through unexpected cadences in his improvisations, which hint at his compositional gifts. Many spectators, relying on tradition, expect him to soon offer a piano concerto, a genre where the soloist can fully exercise his art, supported by an orchestra. Beethoven is already maturing this idea, taking notes for potential sketches. The musical world of Vienna, flourishing despite turbulent political events, thus holds its new prodigy. Those who knew Mozart recall the precocity of the Salzburg genius, but some assert that Beethoven, although seemingly less precocious, possesses a different kind of fervor and depth. In just 3 years, he has made a name for himself in the city, formed solid connections, and laid the groundwork for a personal musical language. Patrons are won over, and the public is curious. Haydn himself, despite some suspicions of annoyance, acknowledges the intrinsic value of this determined disciple. Salieri, more discreet, is satisfied with his diligent student learning the art of singing. As for Albrechtsberger, he secretly admires this young man's thirst for knowledge, even if his rapid progress borders on carelessness towards traditional rigor. His early Viennese works, such as the string trios Opus 1, the piano sonatas Opus 2, and Opus 3, thus become milestones in a flourishing artistic journey. Through commissions and opportunities to perform, Beethoven demonstrates that he is as much a meticulous craftsman as a wild improviser with a boundless imagination. Evening gatherings multiply, and the audience becomes increasingly captivated by the expressive power of this young and determined pianist, capable of carving out a place among the great names of the imperial capital. His improvisations, perceived as living laboratories, evoke wonder and nourish his burgeoning legend. It is said that, during these moments of exhilaration, most of the guests forget about the external tension, political affairs, and border conflicts. They let themselves be transported by the magic of an art that already breaks free from overly predictable frameworks. In the course of the year 1796, Ludwig van Beethoven, then a young musician on the rise, embarks on a series of travels that would significantly broaden his reputation beyond Vienna. Since his definitive arrival in the Austrian capital in 1792, he had established himself in aristocratic salons thanks to his piano performances and his early noted compositions. However, it was truly during the second half of the 1790s that he dedicated himself to touring several major European cities, taking with him his exceptional talent and expanding his network of patrons. The tours that begin around 1796 take him notably to Prague, a city renowned for having hosted Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart a few years earlier. The capital of the Kingdom of Bohemia is distinguished by a vibrant cultural life, supported by a wealthy bourgeoisie and noble music enthusiasts. Beethoven perceives a genuine enthusiasm for the arts there, which strengthens his belief that his works can appeal to an increasingly broad audience. He then gives concerts that generate admiration, thanks not only to his fiery pianistic style, but also to the vigor of his improvisations, which are said to reveal a mind in constant effervescence. This Prague stage marks the beginning of a period where tours become a means to strengthen his renown and assert his financial independence. Before that, he was still quite dependent on princely protections, notably those of Prince Lichnowsky, who had hosted and supported him in his early Viennese days. Now, the concerts organized in the major cities of the time allow him to earn more substantial fees, an essential point for guaranteeing his autonomy. After Prague, he travels successively to Dresden and Berlin, major cities of the Holy Roman Empire. Dresden, the capital of the Electorate of Saxony, prides itself on a long tradition of opera and court music, whose brilliance dates back to the Baroque era. For Beethoven, it is an opportunity to confront his works with an audience accustomed to the older but still influential style of composers such as Johann Adolf Hasse. Adapting to the varied tastes of the spectators while imposing his musical identity remains an enticing challenge. He succeeds with a magnetic stage presence, which many describe as the mark of a personality both introverted and capable of transcending himself at the moment of the concert. During his stay in Berlin, then an intellectual center in full swing, Beethoven takes advantage of the curiosity of cultured elites and courtiers eager to discover new trends in the arts. The city is marked by the influence of the Prussian court, where Frederick II, who died in 1786, had already made it a bastion of culture and refinement. Although the great enlightened sovereign is no longer of this world, the Prussian cultural patronage legacy remains very much alive. Beethoven thus finds fertile ground to present his scores and showcase his talents as a virtuoso pianist. There, he meets personalities likely to help him disseminate his compositions throughout Europe. Local press reviews about his concerts testify to a keen enthusiasm. The Berlin audience praises the emotional power of his playing and the novelty of his themes. Moreover, these travels provide him with more solid income than in Vienna, where the competition is fierce and the opportunities for fixed fees sometimes prove insufficient to cover his lifestyle. It is during this period that he grows closer to the Hungarian Brunswick family, several members of whom regularly reside in Vienna and move in cultivated aristocratic circles. Josephine von Brunswick, affectionately sometimes called Josephina, comes from a background that values music, literature, and philosophy. She is attuned to the emerging romanticism already evident in certain characteristics of Beethoven's personality: a fervor, a sincere lyricism, and a certain taste for inner freedom. The ties that bind Beethoven and the Brunswick family are both artistic and, according to some historians, filled with deep affection. Josephine, in particular, is said to have sometimes welcomed him during moments of depression or fatigue, responding to his need for comfort and dialogue. Several letters from Beethoven attest to his attachment to this young woman, whose refinement and artistic sensitivity impress him. Even though the exact nature of this relationship remains debated, it is known that this friendship plays a crucial role in the composer's inspiration, as he regards Josephine as an ideal woman and an invaluable moral support. Simultaneously, Beethoven establishes contacts with other aristocrats, including Countess Giulietta Guicciardi, who also belongs to the Viennese nobility. Having immigrated from Lombardy, the Guicciardi family found a favorable environment in Vienna, and Giulietta is recognized for her grace and passion for the piano. Musically, she does not share the same intellectual background as Josephine von Brunswick, but her youth and charm captivate Beethoven. He provides her with piano lessons, as he willingly does within the aristocracy, to complement his income and gain influential support. Legend has it that Giulietta awakens in him strong emotions that later manifest in certain piano works. It is to her that the master will dedicate, in 1802, the famous Piano Sonata No. 14, known as the Moonlight Sonata, a posthumous designation. Although this dedication takes place at the start of the 19th century, the connection between Beethoven and the Countess begins to take shape in the late 1790s, in these very Viennese circles, where social gatherings, art, and ambition intersect. Beyond his emotional and social relationships, Beethoven tirelessly pursues his musical explorations. In specialized circles, his innovative style is emphasized, though it does not abruptly break with the classical tradition. The influences of Mozart and Haydn remain omnipresent, but Beethoven is already engaging in a bolder approach. He introduces surprising harmonic modulations and gives the piano parts an unusual dramatic prominence. The string trios, Opus 9, published in 1798, demonstrate a sense of dynamics and musical tension that impresses his contemporaries. Gradually, we see a composer determined to expand forms and bring a new amplitude to chamber works, and soon to the symphonic genre. In 1798 and 1799, Beethoven undertakes the composition of certain pieces that will be officially presented at the turn of the century. Like many musicians of his time, he draws inspiration from the symphonic models that Joseph Haydn had elevated to a high level of excellence. For Beethoven, however, the growth of the orchestra becomes a vector for unprecedented exploration. By gradually incorporating richer brass and woodwinds, he already dreams of dramatic power that can leave a lasting impression on the audience. This ambition takes shape in 1800 with the creation of his Symphony No. 1 in C major, performed in Vienna. The premiere, conducted by the composer himself, takes place at the Berg Theater during a mixed concert that also included other pieces, including a septet. The reception is generally positive. Critics note the freshness of invention and rhythmic vigor, while pointing out some boldness in the writing. Some commentators find the symphony too daring, particularly in its use of dissonances and in the way movements are introduced. Yet most hail an exceptional musician, eager to stand out and driven by great artistic confidence. In the wake of this symphony, Beethoven presented the septet in E-flat major, Opus 20, which saw the light of day the same year. Halfway between chamber music and orchestral formation, this piece combines violin, viola, cello, double bass, clarinet, horn, and bassoon. It quickly caught the public's attention for its melodic clarity and colorful instrumental texture. The composer seems to seek a balance between the lightness of entertainment music dear to the 18th century and a wider expression ambition. Moreover, this septet would become so successful that it would almost become burdensome for Beethoven, who would sometimes feel annoyed by the popularity of this work, while, according to him, his deeper experiments deserved more attention. Nevertheless, this critical and commercial success contributed to increasing his notoriety and consolidating the solid reputation he was building, not only in Vienna, but throughout cultured Europe. However, the period surrounding the birth of Symphony No. 1 and the septet is set in a tense political context. Europe was gripped by the revolutionary wars that pitted post-revolutionary France against the coalition of monarchical powers. Vienna itself, governed by the imperial court of the Habsburgs, lived in fear of the expansion of French troops. Napoleon Bonaparte, then a young general, had already distinguished himself in Italy and attracted both admiration and fear. The Viennese aristocracy, which largely supported Beethoven's music, feared for its safety and was more vigilant. French military campaigns sometimes approached Austrian territories, making the atmosphere heavy with uncertainties. However, paradoxically, this same period saw an unprecedented artistic effervescence. The salons continued to be held, with the nobility seeking in the arts a refuge from political instability. Consequently, composers, painters, and writers benefited from fervent patronage, even as minds were abuzz with new ideas of liberty and emancipation. Newspapers, despite some control exerted by the authorities, abundantly relayed concerts and cultural events, transforming the capital into a bubbling hotbed of innovation. Vienna thus remained an essential musical hub where Beethoven found an audience ready to be surprised. The front lines were not so far away, yet, inside the city, musical performances multiplied. Haydn, now aged, continued to write and was esteemed as a venerable master, while younger composers like Beethoven sought to carve out their place. Aristocratic circles vied for the prestige of hosting a concert given by the new piano star. It is said that at that time, when Beethoven was announced at an evening event, it was not uncommon for people to jostle at the doors to find a spot. So much did his ease at the keyboard and his improvisational ability fascinate. Music lovers, whether members of the elite or mere aficionados who managed to slip into the galleries, eagerly awaited to see how Beethoven would transcend traditional forms to let his temperament shine. Yet it was around 1798 that Beethoven began to feel the unsettling first signs of an ailment that would transform his life. An emerging auditory disorder, sometimes described as a continuous buzzing or a decrease in auditory acuity. He did not worry immediately, hoping it was only a temporary problem. Immersed in the concerted fervor of his career, he first did everything possible to conceal his discomfort. His closest friends and some doctors he consulted began diagnosing what was then called an ear condition. The treatments of the time, symptomatic and largely empirical, offered little more than palliative care. Some practitioners suggested baths, plant-based remedies, others recommended rest outside the city. For a musician entirely devoted to his art, the idea of stepping away from the piano and the stage was unthinkable, except in cases of force majeure. Beethoven thus pretended to ignore the magnitude of the problem, sometimes avoiding company when the conversation escaped him. Based on reliable accounts, Ludwig would have entered a phase of denial punctuated by anxiety. The mere fact that he hears less well in the high frequencies plunges him into deep torment. He fears being misunderstood and, above all, losing his main source of fulfillment, the listening to sounds, the ability to play and fully perceive the richness of harmonies. Several letters addressed to his friends contain veiled allusions to this concern, without the composer ever clearly stating it. His pride prevents him from dwelling on this subject, which he considers humiliating. At the same time, he tries to compensate by engaging in intense creative activity, multiplying sketches for future compositions, and playing with flair when he performs in public. It is during this period that he consolidates his status as an accomplished musician, even as an intimate threat grows within him. As 1799 comes to a close, Beethoven finds himself in a paradoxical situation. His public success is rising, his music is played in the best halls, and the nobility competes with enthusiasm to finance new projects. Yet, on a personal level, he struggles more and more with the early signs of deafness. The Viennese doctors who examine him all agree in recommending more rest and a relative distance from urban activity. They sometimes advise him to limit his exposure to the noise of concert halls because, at the time, it is believed that the noise could worsen his symptoms. For a creator as passionate as he is, the prospect of giving up all or part of his daily activities is a nightmare. He takes refuge in composition, which does not necessarily require the continuous presence of an audience, but relies as much on the inner ear as on the actual perception of sounds. It is during these months that the beginnings of what will later become a poignant inner conflict crystallize. The need to stay active, to write, to perform, in the face of the inevitable progression of a hearing deficit that seems irreversible. Despite these hidden difficulties, Beethoven ends the year 1799 in remarkable artistic fervor. The new century is approaching, and with it, the hope of promoting his music in more ambitious forms. His patrons, such as Prince Lobkowitz and Baron van Swieten, encourage him to explore more extensive forms. Newspapers of the time already speak of a composer with a revolutionary temperament, whose creative drive can be compared to the political fervor sweeping across Europe. Passionate amateurs eagerly await each new publication from Beethoven, curious to discover the next steps in the journey of this unpredictable creator. Private salons commission special scores to enliven their gatherings, while printers vie for his manuscripts, a guarantee of lucrative prints. In Vienna, enlightened circles speculate on the artist's potential, wondering how far he will push the limits of sonata form or the expressive power of the symphonic orchestra. During this crucial phase, Beethoven also keeps a watchful eye on the geopolitical situation. The military skirmishes between France and Austria intensify, and peace remains fragile. Emperor Francis II and his advisors hesitate between diplomatic negotiations and the continuation of a conflict that weighs heavily on the empire's economy. The worried population witnesses the rise of Bonaparte, who became first consul in 1799 and then a victor of swift campaigns. In the streets of Vienna, political commentators fear new defeats for the imperial army, while artistic circles, both curious and concerned, observe the spread of revolutionary ideals. Beethoven, like many intellectuals, finds points of interest in the idea of freedom and fraternity, even if he does not fully share the radicalism of revolutionary France. He expresses sympathy for certain principles of emancipation, while maintaining close relationships with noble and ecclesiastical patrons. Musical creations continue to shine. In 1800, Symphony No. 1 and the Septet Opus 20 are on the program of several concerts, which definitively establish Beethoven's place among the leading composers of his time. In terms of style, these works are noted for their innovative energy, which, without breaking from classicism, already heralds future audacity. Behind the scenes, Beethoven engages in contrapuntal writing exercises, thus extending Bach's legacy, and reflects on unconventional harmonic solutions. His curiosity is also fueled by reading philosophical and literary texts, including those by Schiller, whose Ode to Joy strongly inspires him, and Goethe, whose reputation is growing across the German-speaking world. Few contemporaries suspect the coexistence within this musician of a Promethean creative force and a deep anxiety in the face of a growing disability. Behind the scenes of social life, Beethoven visits his close friends and maintains relationships with women such as Josephine von Brunswick and Giulietta Guicciardi. With the Brunswicks, he finds a more serene and cultured atmosphere, perhaps more attuned to his inner turmoil. With Giulietta, the sentimental dimension remains difficult to pinpoint, as Beethoven remains secretive and sensitive. Nevertheless, his attraction to the young countess is perceptible in certain contemporary piano pieces, imbued with intimate lyricism. Returning from concert experiences, often exhausting, confronts him with the reality of his ear buzzing. In his correspondence, he sometimes apologizes for not having heard a question or for misinterpreting the tone used. He fears misunderstanding and, at times, reacts irritably. His close ones report that he can suddenly become withdrawn at the end of an evening, delve into himself without explanation, or leave the room to escape the sound confusion. This phase thus marks the emergence of a sharper character trait, which some will mistake for arrogance or unstable temper. Towards the end of 1800, Beethoven finds himself in an environment that recognizes his musical genius, but is unaware of the extent of his inner turmoil. Newspapers relay praises of his talent as a composer and his prowess on the piano. They notably laud the freedom emanating from his art, capable of eliciting laughter, emotion, or exaltation. Financially, he has already managed to accumulate more capital than in his youth, and his independence reflects that. To be sure, he remains dependent on the help of patrons to organize large-scale concerts, but he is no longer simply the gifted student whose talents were praised after his arrival from Bonn. In a few years, he has become a musical figure in his own right, confident in his ability to be accepted or respected, even by the greatest. However, the beginnings of the illness increasingly infiltrate this success story, which will continue to unfold throughout the next decade. Beethoven is fully aware that his hearing is an essential tool for his career, and that the evolution of his hearing may condition his projects. The doctors, poorly informed about the exact nature of this ailment, prescribe him various lifestyle regimes, sometimes contradictory, including avoiding strong emotions, spending time in the countryside, or abstaining from alcohol. He follows some of these recommendations, but irregularly, as cutting himself off from the vibrant energies of the city and concert opportunities seems unthinkable. He does not yet consider a radical change in his lifestyle or a public admission of his hearing difficulty. Silence on his condition remains his primary protection. Thus, the enthusiasm of the critics for Beethoven's style coincides with this internal struggle. While Symphony No. 1 enjoys revivals in various Viennese halls, people already ask when the next one will appear, and the Septet Opus 20 resounds in salons. The musician secretly questions his ability to continue. He strives to please the public's ear with sparkling pieces, particularly for piano, while working in the shadows on more extensive and audacious projects. The Viennese are fond of his improvisations at private soirees, seeing them as the signature of spontaneous genius. The future promises to be full of artistic promise, even as the question of deafness remains a taboo subject, never brought to light, but already very real for him in his daily life. In the year 1801, Ludwig van Beethoven faces a reality he had hitherto pushed away. His hearing problems are becoming clearer and too significant to ignore. The disturbances, initially sporadic, are growing and starting to disrupt his work as a composer and his piano performances. In the Viennese context of the early 19th century, when the city shines by its cultural and artistic abundance, Beethoven's condition worries a close circle of intimates. Among them, Dr. Schmidt, a relatively renowned physician in the capital, advises Beethoven to distance himself from the city's turmoil to preserve what remains of his hearing and perhaps slow the progression of the ailment that plagues him. Various solutions are considered, some more radical than others, including seeking various cures outside of Vienna. Ultimately, Heiligenstadt, a small village located on the outskirts of the Austrian capital, now a neighborhood in Vienna's 19th district, is chosen for its pastoral tranquility and the presence of waters then considered beneficial. The hope is to relieve the composer's ailments through rest and silence. For a musician of Beethoven's renown, the idea of leaving the city, even temporarily, has serious consequences. The aristocratic salons of Vienna remain his main source of income and opportunities. Beethoven shines there by improvising on the piano, playing his new compositions in front of an admiring audience, or presenting his latest scores to potential patrons. However, moving away risks being forgotten. It is also, in Beethoven's mind, an admission of a serious ailment, an acknowledgement that hurts his pride and plunges him further into distress. Yet, his entourage, starting with Dr. Schmidt, urges him to view this stay as an investment in his long-term health. He thus decides to follow this advice. In 1801, and even more so during 1802, he spends several weeks, even months, in this remote locality. Accounts from the time portray a tormented man, often withdrawn, who relentlessly seeks solutions to stem an increasingly tangible deterioration. The auditory trouble is not the only mental burden Beethoven endures during this period. His overall health, already fragile, is subject to stomach ailments and various nervous disorders. Medical documents from the era mention a generalized malaise, exacerbated by the psychological tension related to the fear of not fulfilling his destiny. Indeed, Beethoven, who considers himself invested with a high artistic mission, sees his ability to compose and perform threatened. Surrounding noises, conversations, the subtle sounds of a musical piece, everything seems to reach him altered, muted, or distorted. Each day he confronts his own vulnerability. In a world where hearing is a vital sense for the musician, the anxiety transforms into constant suffering. He tries to hide his difficulties, seeking patience and comfort from a few trusted friends, like Stefan von Breuning or the young Archduke Rudolf, whom he begins to frequent a little later, in search of support. But these efforts are no longer enough to mask his torment. Heiligenstadt, in 1802, proves to be a place of deep introspection for Beethoven. He rents a modest dwelling that offers him both the necessary isolation and the closeness to nature he cherishes. Personal journals and letters from those who know him then depict a character sometimes angry, sometimes depressive, oscillating between moments of intense work on his keyboard and periods of discouragement where he does not touch the instrument for hours, even days. From time to time, he strolls through the surrounding countryside, trying to distinctly hear the bird's song, the rustling wind, while battling the reality of failing hearing. The doctors of the time, despite a few prescriptions of remedies based on decoctions and baths, remain powerless against a poorly understood pathology. Beethoven, for his part, grows impatient and nurtures a sense of distrust towards medicine, which further burdens his moral load. In this context of extreme tension, he writes, on October 6, 1802, the document today known worldwide as the Heiligenstadt Testament. On the surface, this text resembles a will, as Beethoven expresses his ultimate wishes. However, it is in no way a legal document bequeathing material goods. The title of Testament comes from the grave and almost solemn tone with which he addresses his brothers, Caspar Karl and Nikolaus Johann, while revealing the depth of his despair. He confesses the shame he feels in admitting his emerging deafness, the suffering of being misunderstood by those around him, and the idea that only art and composition give him the strength to continue living. Beethoven explicates how much he struggled to hide his illness. He avoided gatherings, participated little in conversations, fearing that people would discover how poorly he was hearing. What's striking in this letter is the fluctuation between the terrifying despair of the man and the courage of the musician, who refuses to let himself be defeated. In the Heiligenstadt Testament, Beethoven writes that if he had not felt such a calling for his art, he might have taken his own life. This violent and painful confession highlights the severity of the psychological ordeal he is undergoing. However, immediately noticeable upon rereading the letter is a moving resolution. Far from resigning, he ends by affirming his will to overcome the ailment afflicting him and to pursue his most ambitious musical aspirations. He acknowledges that the problem is not going away soon, but, armed with courage, he vows to triumph through composition. This determination, evident in every line, sets the stage for what is known as the heroic phase of his career. This transition to a new way of writing is already emerging in some works begun around 1801 and 1802, but takes a clearer shape shortly after writing the Testament. The stylistic evolution marks the main works from the mid-1800s decade. In the history of music, this is referred to as Beethoven's second period, or his heroic period. It is characterized by a revolutionary momentum, an unprecedented expressive power, and a formal audacity that surprises contemporaries. One finds an epic breath that turns the musical work into a space of struggle, conflict, and transcendence, mirroring the inner battle Beethoven wages against his infirmity. On a technical level, the writing becomes denser, themes are presented more grandly, and the developments are longer and more passionate, nearly theatrical. Among the pieces illustrating this new path, the Piano Sonata No. 21 in C major, Op. 53, known as the Waldstein, and No. 23 in F minor, Op. 57, nicknamed Appassionata, are often mentioned. Although these two sonatas are published later, with the Waldstein in 1805 and the Appassionata in 1807, their genesis bears direct echoes of the Heiligenstadt crisis. The Waldstein Sonata, dedicated to Count Ferdinand von Waldstein, who had greatly supported Beethoven, offers a broader formal structure and more powerful contrasts than usual. From the first measures, the music seems to exalt a triumphant vitality, but the often stormy character of certain sections conveys a vehemence, even in patient anguish. The rapid chord successions, the use of the pedal to create an intense resonance, and the almost orchestral treatment of the piano all contribute to giving this piece a heroic dimension. The listener of the time, accustomed to more classical and measured sonatas, suddenly faces a musical monument that pushes the boundaries of the pianoforte of the day. La Passionata, on the other hand, goes even further in expressing a devouring passion. Its nickname was not chosen by Beethoven himself, but it quickly established itself as one of the darkest and most fiery works he composed before 1810. Written in F minor, a key that often conveys a profound dramatic quality in Beethoven's music, the sonata opens with an anxious, muffled theme, punctuated by tense silences. Then, the music breaks free with vehement figures, in octaves, creating an almost symphonic sense of turmoil. Some musicologists associate the Appassionata with the state of mind Beethoven must have felt in Heiligenstadt: fear, pain, but also determination and the rage to overcome. The central part is not without moments of respite, necessary to give relief to the work, but the overall character remains ardent, conveying the extent of the internal upheaval. Early 19th century listeners sometimes struggled to accept so much violence and energy in a piano sonata, an instrument often associated, in the time of Haydn and Mozart, with a more intimate and gallant register. The intimate link between Beethoven's personal ordeal and the artistic liberation that ensues cannot be underestimated. Many composers before him endured personal dramas, but few transformed a physical handicap into such a vast and determinative creative impetus. His isolation in Heiligenstadt, emotionally painful, led him to delve deeply into his soul. He measured the fragility of his condition, contemplated the idea of disappearance, and ultimately reaffirmed his role as a creator by deciding to face suffering head-on. This psychological journey is reflected in every note of his heroic period works, beginning shortly after 1802 and extending to around 1812. Beethoven's contemporaries, who were not yet aware of the detailed content of the Heiligenstadt Testament, since it would only be discovered and published after the composer's death, questioned at the time this sudden change in tone. Already, whispers were circulating in town that Beethoven was deaf or half-deaf, but many did not want to believe it. Some fans of his music, particularly among the Viennese aristocracy, marveled at this new intensity without fully understanding its source. Others found his compositions too noisy and complex. Nevertheless, Beethoven continued on his path. Driven by the firm conviction that he must expand musical forms and liberate instrumental discourse, he multiplied his experiments. Heiligenstadt was the catalyst for this courage, a place where he brushed against the psychological abyss, only to rebound more powerfully in the realm of creation. It is important to note that during this same period, from 1801 to 1802, political tensions in Europe began to temporarily ease, notably thanks to the Peace of Lunéville in February 1801 and the negotiations between France and the European powers, which would lead in March 1802 to the Treaty of Amiens. These geopolitical events, although distant from Beethoven's private sphere, indirectly influenced the cultural life in Vienna, as the relative calm allowed patrons to once again finance concerts and performances. Beethoven could have benefited from this resurgence of artistic activities to perform more in public. However, his auditory discomfort held him back. The rare appearances he made were then focused on the piano, when his condition still permitted it, and on conducting, although he began to avoid this demanding role, which he would take on less and less in the years to come. It was also during this time that young musicians approached him to receive his composition advice. as Beethoven's new avant-garde reputation fascinated a broader audience. Heiligenstadt, with its quiet streets and houses with simple gardens, bears no resemblance to the imperial splendor of Vienna. This radical break likely allowed Beethoven to grasp the full measure of the inner collapse he was experiencing and to clarify his decision to fight for his art. The testament written in this village perfectly illustrates the contradictory nature of the composer. On one hand, he confides as never before, recognizing his weakness, his moral fatigue, and his profound sadness. On the other, he reaffirms his vocation. It is not just about surviving, but about rising. He promises to exalt music, to push the barriers he considers too narrow. This commitment is almost immediately realized through some scores circulating in aristocratic circles. Even if they are not all published immediately, rumors of a new manner in Beethoven begin to spread. In several letters to his publisher at the time, Germany's Breitkopf and Hertel, Beethoven reveals a certain excitement. They mention ideas about symphonies, sonatas, new harmonic approaches. He also keeps on his desk the vivid memory of the promise he just made to himself. He will pursue his art, whatever the personal cost. This promise sheds light on the decision to dedicate some of his works to patrons or influential friends, as if to ensure lasting support in the face of his medical expenses and his need for financial security. Since his family, starting with his brothers, cannot assist him as he wishes, Beethoven must continually negotiate to obtain aid, advances, or exclusive contracts. Each signature reminds him of his deafness. Each published score is proof that he is still there, more determined than ever. In the months following October 1802, Beethoven leaves Heiligenstadt and settles again at the heart of Viennese life. He is profoundly marked as the testament testifies to the seriousness of the crisis he has just endured. Some friends observe in him a mix of new hardness and more assumed melancholy. The composer now shows a sense of urgency in his daily labor, as if he realized that his window of opportunity to create, to fully hear music, was inexorably narrowing. This acute awareness of the passing time becomes a remarkably effective creative engine. The formal framework of his piano works expands. The allusions to a fate in struggle become more explicit in his string quartets and, soon, in his symphonies. At this stage, he has not yet completed what will later be called Symphony No. 3, Eroica, but the idea of epic music, celebrating the heroism of an individual or a people, is already clearly germinating in his mind. The expressive violence perceived in the Waldstein Sonata and in the Appassionata results from several technical factors. On one hand, Beethoven exploits the innovations in instrument manufacture. The Ford pianos built in Vienna benefit from more robust mechanisms, expanded range, allowing the composer to employ more extreme dynamic intensities. On the other hand, he breaks away from the classical patterns imposed by the legacy of Haydn and Mozart. Transitions become more abrupt. Developments sometimes extend beyond twice the length of the theme's exposition, and the coda becomes a space where all motifs are replayed in a sort of dramatic and imposing conclusion. The audience, accustomed to the grace and clarity of gallant chamber music, finds itself confronted with a tumultuous sound rarely seen. Beethoven's opponents accuse him of sacrificing delicacy on the altar of effect. His supporters, on the contrary, consider he is forging a new language closer to modern subjectivity, capable of conveying the torments of the human soul. The shadow of the Heiligenstadt Testament looms over each of his musical projects. With hindsight, we can say that the Beethoven of 1798 or 1799, still influenced by the brilliant virtuosity of a Mozart, gives way to a man haunted by his deafness and the prospect of overcoming it. Adversity becomes the central artistic theme. Where many composers wrote pieces in an essentially entertaining vein, Beethoven seeks to express the suffering and the vigor of the struggle against this suffering, which changes the way public music is conceived. Future enthusiasts of musical romanticism, like the young Franz Schubert, who sometimes observes Beethoven from afar, discover a score taking shape, that of introspective music, no longer hesitant to expose the most intense human emotions. The importance given to the sonata form also grows in the months following Beethoven's return to Vienna. This form, since the late Baroque and especially the classical period, offers composers a rigorous framework comprising exposition, development, and recapitulation. Beethoven will stretch it, mold it, add slow, grand introductions, monumental codas rarely envisaged until then. The Waldstein is an example. The first movement, marked Allegro con brio, sets the tone with its overwhelming vitality, while the slow movement is reduced to a brief adagio molto, as if Beethoven were holding his breath before launching into the finale, so brilliant that it demands great technical endurance from the performer. The Appassionata, on the other hand, presents a final movement with an almost macabre fervor that, in the last pianissimo chord, seems to vanish like a tragic sigh. Thus, Beethoven plays with the listener's emotions, alternating force, desolation, liberation, and sometimes resignation. All this audacity would not come into being in the same way without the confession, in the Heiligenstadt Testament, of the possibility of renunciation. Beethoven considered the end. He approached a form of ultimate despair. However, what he reveals simultaneously is that he cannot abdicate. As long as he retains the internal capacity to conceive music and set it down on paper, he will persevere. In this sense, this document is both a cry of distress and the proclamation of a formidable, vital impulse. Beethoven did not confide just to complain. He wanted to justify his changes in behavior, explain why he avoided company, and also unveil the basis of an artistic quest. At the moment he re-immerses in Vienna, he knows that his auditory pathology will accompany him to the end and will only worsen. Despite everything, he chooses to continue, even if it means clashing with doctors, with his publisher, even with other musicians who might oppose his visionary conception of sonic art. The manuscripts from this period, whether sketches for string quartets or drafts of symphonic works, often show multiple revisions, additions, and deletions. The process of composition happens gropingly, as Beethoven no longer trusts his ear to judge certain balances of instruments or harmonic transitions. He doubles his intellectual effort. He anticipates the sounds, developing a kind of inner hearing that he will perfect over the years. At Heiligenstadt, he confessed to doubting everything, yet this doubt becomes the matrix of his inventions. For execution, he sometimes relies on the advice of experienced musicians, especially concerning passages intended for woodwinds or brass in the orchestra, because he fears he can no longer clearly perceive their timbres. However, in his piano sonatas, he remains the sole master on board. These are undoubtedly his most personal experimental fields, where no one but him can dictate these crossings of boundaries. Towards the end of the year 1802, as autumn settled in Austria, Beethoven left his quarters in Heiligenstadt for good, although he sometimes returned to find a bit of serenity or to consult a doctor once more. But the main episode of his stay was coming to an end. He kept in his pocket a heart-wrenching text he had just written, sealed in an envelope, which he shared with no one. His condition had not miraculously improved, and time would reveal that his deafness would progress further, cutting him almost completely off from the sounds of the world. Yet, internally, something had changed. He had resolved to overcome this adverse fate, and this decision was already reflected in the fervor with which he transformed his musical language. In Vienna, it was not yet understood that the Beethoven who returned from Heiligenstadt was no longer quite the same as before, and that this metamorphosis would propel Western music towards new expressive frontiers. Between 1803 and 1809, Ludwig van Beethoven went through a period often described as heroic, marked by the creative drive that led him to compose his first great symphonies, including the famous Symphony No. 3 called Eroica. At this time, Europe was in political turmoil. Napoleon Bonaparte, already first consul in France, was preparing to adorn himself with the imperial title, while Vienna, the capital of the Habsburgs, remained a major cultural and intellectual hub. Beethoven, who had been residing in the city for several years, deeply felt the upheavals of current events and integrated this turbulent environment into his music, giving birth to bold scores that contrasted with established classical canons. The composer's view of Napoleon would play a key role in the evolution of this production, particularly concerning the Eroica Symphony. The genesis of the Eroica dates back to the year 1803, at a time when Beethoven was under the protection of Viennese patrons eager to encourage his creativity. Initially, the master admired Napoleon, whom he saw as a revolutionary hero and a champion of the ideals of liberty, equality, and fraternity. Enthused by the idea of honoring a man he believed was close to the values stemming from the Enlightenment, he decided to dedicate his third symphony to the first consul. Completed in 1804, the score even bore the name Bonaparte at the top of the page. However, the proclamation of the French Empire in May 1804, and especially Napoleon's decision to crown himself emperor, provoked a profound exasperation in Beethoven. The composer, outraged, seized the title page and angrily crossed it out, damaging the manuscript in part. Thus, the work officially became the Sinfonia Eroica, composta per festeggiare il sovvenire di un grand'uomo, which means heroic symphony, composed to celebrate the memory of a great man, without ever explicitly mentioning the imperial name. With Symphony No. 3, Beethoven radically broke away from certain patterns of his time. Unusually long for the classical era, the Eroica spans 4 powerful and innovative movements. The Allegro con brio conveys epic breadth. The funeral movement, Marcia Funebre, explores unprecedented gravity, followed by the Scherzo, which lightens the atmosphere before a complex finale that brings together themes and variations in a masterful surge. The work, created for a Viennese audience accustomed to the refinement of court entertainments, overturned conventions and stirred curiosity, but also perplexity. Some enthusiasts found it too long, too noisy, while others were swept away by its revolutionary spirit. Indeed, the Eroica firmly established Beethoven within a new aesthetic that blended personal turmoil, political aspirations, and structural innovations. It paved the way for a series of masterpieces that would define the early musical romanticism. As he refines the Eroica, Beethoven embarks on another major project, the opera Fidelio. Conceived as early as 1804 to 1805, this lyrical drama is inspired by a French libretto that narrates the exploits of a courageous wife, Leonore, who disguises herself as a prison guard to free her unjustly imprisoned husband. The composer sees in it an opportunity to express an ideal of marital fidelity, justice, and freedom in the face of oppression. However, the development of Fidelio proves to be particularly challenging. On several occasions, Beethoven reworks the vocal parts, writes different overtures, at least 3 distinct versions are identified, and he confronts the unexpected difficulties of the Viennese stage. The political upheavals and censorship of the Napoleonic era complicate the organization of performances, resulting in extended rehearsals, reluctant singers, and the work struggles to establish itself in its initial version. Despite everything, Fidelio would become, over the course of subsequent revisions, a symbol of the aspiration for individual freedom. Parallel to these lyrical endeavors, Beethoven continues his symphonic quest. Following the impact of the Eroica, he composes Symphony No. 4 in B-flat major, sometimes considered lighter and closer to the classical style. Completed in 1806, it is distinguished, however, by harmonic and dynamic audacities that foreshadow the expressive power of his Symphony No. 5, begun around 1804, but gradually finalized and revised until its premiere in Vienna in December 1808. The Fourth Symphony is performed less than its predecessor, but it already draws the attention of the composer's admirers, who see in it a subtle balance between the traditions inherited from Joseph Haydn and the innovative momentum characteristic of Beethoven's heroic period. It is also a pivotal stage where he hones his mastery of form, particularly in the development of themes and the vigorous treatment of musicians, now engaged as true protagonists of a musical drama. At the heart of these intense years, Beethoven also gives birth to a major work of the concert repertoire, the Violin Concerto in D major, Opus 61, created in 1806. Dedicated to violinist Franz Clement, a virtuoso highly appreciated by the Viennese public, this concerto proves innovative in its symphonic dimension and the prominence given to the soloist. The first listeners, bewildered by the length and unusual construction of the work, take some time to appreciate it fully. Gradually, however, Opus 61 is recognized as a masterpiece of balance between the brilliance of the solo instrument and the orchestral breadth. In Beethoven's vision, the violin is not just a melodic embellishment, but a protagonist that dialogues with the sound mass, pushing the musical discourse toward a new depth. This concerto remains one of the most performed pieces today, revealing the creative maturity of a Beethoven in full evolution and his desire to reshape existing frameworks. Not content to revolutionize the symphonic and concertant domains, the composer stands out in chamber music, particularly with the famous Razumovsky quartets. Commissioned by Count Andrei Kashirsky-Rozovsky, ambassador of the Russian Empire in Vienna, these quartets, published in 1806, especially Opus 59, mark a turning point in the history of the string quartet. Beethoven explores extended architectures, weaving intense dialogues between the 4 instruments and sometimes integrating themes of Russian inspiration, a nod to his patron. The innovation is not limited to form, as the technical execution difficulties highlight the virtuosity now required to perform these pieces, initially causing incomprehension among some musicians. It is said that some instrumentalists, puzzled by the complex rhythms and dense writing, declared these quartets unplayable. Gradually, however, they established themselves in enlightened aristocratic salons and forged Beethoven's reputation as a demanding and visionary creator. During this period, the European political situation remains turbulent. In 1805, Napoleon's French armies enter Vienna, leaving their mark on the city, which must endure regimes of occupation, diplomatic pressures, and economic tension. The Viennese elites, sometimes torn between sympathy for revolutionary ideas and loyalty to the Austrian imperial court, nevertheless continue to support the arts and culture. Beethoven, whose genius is now recognized, consequently benefits from increased patronage to develop his projects. Three figures stand out in this collective support: Archduke Rudolf of Austria, a younger brother of Emperor Francis I, Prince Lobkowitz, and Prince Kinsky. All three ensure that Beethoven receives a financial stipend that allows him to devote himself almost exclusively to his creation. In return, they expect him to produce new works and continue his musical explorations in order to enhance Vienna's cultural prestige. Archduke Rudolf, himself an amateur pianist and composer, shows particular interest in Beethoven's talent, and their relationship grows into a sincere friendship. Princes Lobkowitz and Kinsky, on the other hand, possess significant estates and wish to shine in Viennese society through artistic patronage. Faced with attractive offers from other European capitals, like Paris, which tries to lure Beethoven with Napoleon's renown, Vienna strives to retain its favored composer. This new kind of patronage, based on a contract guaranteeing a fixed income to the musician, is one of the first to establish independence from traditional princely courts. Beethoven is no longer a mere servant responding to sporadic commissions. He becomes a free artist, supported by power and affluent amateurs, but freed from many feudal and ceremonial obligations. This encourages his daring and enthusiasm for invention. In 1808, Beethoven organizes a grand concert in Vienna on December 22nd, known as the Academy Concert, during which he simultaneously presents several pieces, including Symphonies No. 5 and No. 6, Piano Concerto No. 4, and the Choral Fantasy. This marathon evening, held in an unheated hall, proves taxing for both performers and audience, but it illustrates the master's creative abundance. The Fifth Symphony, with its famous four-note opening motif, often associated with the idea of fate knocking at the door, impresses with its concentrated power. Its darker instrumentation and dramatic tensions convey an almost tragic intensity that contrasts with the optimism of the Sixth, known as the Pastoral. Though the Ninth Symphony does not yet exist, one can already perceive the seeds of an amplified orchestral ambition, where the artist aims to transcend the purely classical form to embark on progressively more expansive expressive adventures. In 1809, as his fame spreads throughout Europe, Beethoven is once again confronted with the disruption of the Napoleonic Wars. French troops return to the Austrian capital and bombard the city. According to an anecdote recounted later, he is said to have locked himself in his cellar for protection, placing pillows over his ears, or even playing loudly on his piano to drown out the sounds of the cannons. Although these details may be embellished by legend, the fact that Beethoven suffered from the military situation is attested by several accounts. The French occupation exacerbates his burgeoning deafness, already diagnosed a few years earlier. During the same period, he tries to maintain cordial relationships with some French music-loving officers without renouncing his love for freedom and his loyalty to his Austrian benefactors. This ambivalence reflects the political complexity of the time, where respect for culture sometimes transcends national conflicts. In Vienna, people patiently observe these tumultuous times. At the turn of the 1810s decade, Europe in general, and Vienna in particular, was experiencing a complex period marked by political uncertainty following the Napoleonic Wars. The successive military upheavals gave way to diplomatic negotiations, the early drafts of which would eventually lead to the Congress of Vienna in 1815. In the Austrian capital, the musical life remained intense, and the salons of aristocrats and cultured bourgeois still offered concert opportunities, despite the financial constraints weighing on some noble families, gradually affected by war debts. Ludwig van Beethoven, who had arrived in Vienna from Bonn in 1792, was already a renowned composer and pianist as the 1810s began. His circle of patrons and friends was undergoing a notable evolution. Several of his supporters were in difficulty, and new faces appeared. Behind the public facade of an artist still willing to perform to support himself, a growing isolation and personal tensions emerged. This period, stretching until 1816, was characterized by both intense musical creativity and a climate of emotional and financial anxiety. In 1810, Beethoven was 40 years old. His health, already put to the test by hearing problems that had been worsening since the late 1790s, was gradually declining. The tinnitus he suffered from and the degradation of his auditory sensitivity affected his social life. He sometimes showed himself irascible, unable to tolerate noise and group conversations. The atmosphere of the city, marked by police surveillance and distrust of any discourse perceived as subversive, added to his discomfort. He who, a few years earlier, still harbored sympathies for the ideals of liberty inherited from the French Revolution, found himself in an Austrian monarchy anxious to restore traditional balance. Despite this context, Beethoven continued to compose and perform, but in a more selective manner. He chose his public appearances with caution, sometimes preferring to play in intimate circles rather than before large gatherings. During these years, several female figures occupied an important place in Beethoven's life. It is known that he had numerous romantic admirations, often complicated, with women from high society or the wealthy bourgeoisie. Among them was Antonie Brentano, born in 1780, into an Austrian family linked to the arts and commerce. The wife of Franz Brentano, Antonie was established in Vienna from 1809 and mingled with several cultural personalities. The Brentanos were enlightened patrons, appreciating Beethoven's music. The meetings between the composer and Antonie initially took on only a social character, punctuated by exchanges about music and philosophy. However, the relationship grew closer. A correspondence was established, where Beethoven hinted at a deep, even passionate attachment. In 1812, Beethoven traveled to Teplitz, also known at the time as Teplice, a spa town located in Bohemia, then part of the Austrian Empire, in what is now the Czech Republic. He went there seeking relief for his stomach ailments and nervous condition, hoping the baths might calm the multiple pains afflicting him. It was during this stay, precisely in July 1812, that he wrote an enigmatic letter addressed to an immortal beloved, whose identity remains a topic of debate among biographers. For a long time, music historians have tried to unravel this mystery. Several candidates have been proposed: Countess Julie Guicciardi, Countess Josephine Brunswick, or even Antonie Brentano. Researchers mostly favor the case for Antonie due to chronological overlaps and remarks in later correspondence. In any case, the letter expresses a tormented passion, an aspiration for spiritual union with a woman whom Beethoven seemed to consider his equal and confidant. He wrote, in one of the most striking formulations, that even if they must live apart, their souls remain united forever. The discovery and posthumous publication of this letter have significantly fueled the legend of the romantic and tortured Beethoven, nurtured by an impossible passion. It is unknown whether he received a response from the mysterious addressee. The existing archives remain incomplete. But in 1812, one thing is certain: Beethoven is already in search of emotional stability, as his deafness progresses and his relationships with certain friends or patrons deteriorate. Shortly after this stay, we witness several abrupt changes in his relational environment. Disagreements related to money, the debts he incurs, or the management of his personal affairs undermine his circle. His often tempestuous and defiant nature towards others also contributes to these quarrels. The era is financially challenging. Beethoven, who had enjoyed certain privileges and pensions promised by aristocrats like Archduke Rudolf, Prince Lobkowitz, or Prince Kinsky, sees these aids weakened. Inflation and monetary fluctuations following the Napoleonic Wars have eroded the value of the annuities. Meanwhile, his lifestyle is sometimes considered extravagant. He frequently changes residence in search of a quieter or better located apartment, which entails considerable expenses. Some servants abandon him, exasperated by his authoritarian or irritable behavior. Musical commissions are no longer as numerous nor as lucrative in this Vienna marked by instability. The patrons become more cautious, with successive military episodes having weakened their fortunes. Beethoven, sensitive to these setbacks, enters a phase of increasing distrust towards those around him. Several testimonies from the period describe a reclusive Beethoven, working late into the night, hastily sketching musical ideas, then tearing them up in a fit of impatience. He sometimes seeks new loans to support his brothers or to alleviate his own financial anxieties. Living conditions become more complicated. Material comfort is not always present, and his notes indicate that he sometimes lacks firewood in winter or does not have a competent cook for his meals. Nonetheless, artistically, the ensuing years maintain a surprising momentum. Beethoven explores unprecedented paths in composition, particularly for the piano, his favorite instrument. This period, marked by isolation, nevertheless sees the completion or conception of great works. The most emblematic regarding the stylistic evolution of the composer will be the Piano Sonata No. 29 in B-flat major, Op. 106, known as the Hammerklavier. Beethoven starts working on it seriously around 1817, but the beginnings of his stylistic and formal explorations can be observed as early as the mid-1810s. In the composer's mind, the piano represents a privileged field of experimentation. He wants to make it a vector of expression as grand as the orchestra. The piano sonatas become ideal laboratories where he tests audacious harmonic sequences, extreme dynamic contrasts, and counterpoint writing of a density rarely heard until then. In the genesis of Beethoven's grand style, the Hammerklavier represents a peak of technical difficulty, whether in tempo, interpretative virtuosity, or the unusual length of its movements. There is a discernible desire to surpass conventions and elevate the sonata form to an unprecedented level. The ideas unfold in colossal proportions: the imposing introduction, the fugal passages, the long, slow movement imbued with deep spirituality. All of this takes shape during a period when Beethoven confronts his internal crises. Solitude drives him to withdraw further into himself, to cultivate a rich inner musical world, partly cut off from the outside by the worsening of his deafness. Parallel to this monumental aspect, Beethoven embarks on a more intimate but equally innovative venture: the writing of a song cycle entitled An die ferne Geliebte, which means To the Distant Beloved, completed in 1816. In the Germanic tradition of the Lied, a poetic and musical form favored by many German-speaking composers, each song was often conceived as an individual entity. Beethoven, however, offers here a suite of songs connected by a narrative and musical link, foreshadowing the practice of the song cycle later deepened by Schubert or Schumann. This work weaves a subtle correspondence between poetic themes and harmonic developments. Love, distance, and the contemplation of nature serve as consoling motifs for a troubled soul. The autobiographical dimension of Ein die ferne Geliebte is frequently suggested by commentators. Beethoven expresses the idea of an inaccessible love, an idealized woman, present in thought but distant in reality. Some see a direct echo of the figure of the immortal beloved mentioned in the 1812 letter. The work, while not monumental in duration, stands out for its expressive strength and conceptual unity. Its publication in 1816 also attests to Beethoven's ability to maintain a high level of creativity despite deafness and daily concerns. Indeed, one must imagine the composer, pen in hand, tirelessly trying to mentally verify the harmonies he can no longer hear clearly. At a time when it was difficult to completely isolate oneself from urban noise, Beethoven sought tranquility in the surroundings of Vienna or the nearby countryside, but regularly complained of not finding the necessary silence for his work. Among the strategies he employs to cope with his hearing impairment, an object gradually appears that becomes crucial in his relationships: the conversation books, called in German Conversationshefte. While their formal beginning is often situated around 1818, it is likely that the first books or initial attempts at this mode of communication appeared as early as 1816, or slightly before, when Beethoven realized he could no longer easily follow a spoken conversation. These books consisted of small registers in which his interlocutors wrote their questions or remarks. Opposite, Beethoven responded either orally or with annotations. The objective was to minimize the mutual discomfort caused by his hearing loss. For a current audience, these conversation books are an invaluable historical source. They reveal an intimate Beethoven, his reflections on daily life, his discussions about finances, artistic projects, and political or philosophical considerations. There are also clues about his feelings, his frustrations, and the state of hope or discouragement that inhabits him at each period. One of the challenges for historians, however, lies in the fact that some pages have been torn out or altered after Beethoven's death, possibly by his friend and first biographer Anton Schindler, who may have wanted to shape a more flattering or coherent image of the composer. These books are part of a pivotal moment. Beethoven experiences a profound inner shock, seeing both his fame grow and his ability to communicate diminish. Between 1810 and 1816, his signature appears on some of his finest scores, but his presence at Viennese soirees becomes rarer. He often withdraws, preferring the company of a few loyal friends who accept his capriciousness and mood swings. Among these close friends are Stefan von Breuning, a longtime friend since Bonn, and Archduke Rudolf, Beethoven's pupil and an excellent pianist who remains a constant support by commissioning works and making carefully copied scores available. The progressive deterioration of certain friendships can be explained by various factors. Beyond the financial aspect, Beethoven's own personality, proud and often suspicious, can lead to misunderstandings. He tends to demand a lot of understanding and patience from those around him, without always knowing how to gauge the impact of his words. Some friends tire of his lack of punctuality, his inability to maintain order in managing scores, or to adhere to certain social conventions. Beethoven, on the other hand, complains of being misunderstood, of being the victim of indiscretions, and withdraws further into himself. The family atmosphere is no more serene. His relationships with his brothers, Caspar Karl and Nikolaus Johann, are ambivalent. Caspar Karl, who was still alive at this time, falls seriously ill. Beethoven feels a responsibility towards him, while regretting the ingratitude he sometimes feels he is subjected to. Disputes over custody issues or financial aid can poison their correspondence. The letters contain numerous requests, and Beethoven, under pressure, sometimes manages their affairs awkwardly. This tense atmosphere spills over into his daily life. Haunted by the fear of ruin, he spends long moments checking his accounts, soliciting advance payments for compositions he has not yet completed, or thinking about how to assert his copyrights abroad. In this personal whirlwind, the year 1814 sees a major event in Vienna, the Congress, which brings together representatives of the great European powers to redraw the political map after the fall of Napoleon. The city is then the scene of festivities, balls, diplomatic receptions, and even some concerts. Beethoven takes advantage for a time of this effervescence to present his works, such as the Cantata der glorreiche Augenblick, which is Opus 136, composed to celebrate the presence of the monarchs and to strengthen his position as a patriotic composer in the eyes of the Austrians. Nevertheless, the financial and social benefits of this great gathering remain mixed. The exorbitant expenses in Vienna further diminish the fortunes of the aristocracy, and Beethoven, despite his occasional successes, does not see a lasting improvement in his economic ease. The period 1810-1816 is therefore tinged with melancholy for Beethoven. On the artistic level, these are years of transition between the so-called heroic phase, symbolized by works like the Third or Fifth Symphony, and the more introspective explorations that will characterize his last compositions. The example of the cycle An die ferne Geliebte in 1816, or the emergence of ideas that will lead to the Hammerklavier, highlight a composer in search of a renewed language, less flamboyant at first glance, but more profound, more personal. He explores new harmonies and bold formal architectures, while striving to maintain the sense of drama and expressiveness that has distinguished him since his early successes in Vienna. While Beethoven remains generally appreciated by a large part of the audience, his concerts, rare but impressive, still attract enthusiasts and curious people. He often finds himself misunderstood by a conservative segment of the musical society, which sees in his sonic and harmonic innovations a potential excess, a modernism considered too ambitious or not accessible enough. Some critiques of the time report that Beethoven is reproached for his complexity, his tendency to exaggerate dynamic contrasts, and to break melodic fluidity in favor of rhythmic and harmonic tension. The composer, aware of these criticisms, nevertheless refuses to conform to them. He is committed to asserting the expressive power of the piano as a miniature orchestra, while pushing the lied form to a new sophistication. Archives show that during these years, Beethoven continually demands advances or higher payments from his publishers. He negotiates with several publishing houses in Austria, Germany, and sometimes in England to have his scores published. The proposed rates vary greatly, and the composer is not shy about emphasizing his renown to get the best price. In the preserved letters, recurrent tensions are noted regarding deadlines or printing errors. Beethoven, a perfectionist, demands impeccable scores. Musical notation must, in his opinion, be exact in every measure, and he complains loudly if typographical errors disrupt the coherence of the piece. This excess of zeal sometimes makes him tactless, and the tone rises with some publishers. In parallel, the correspondence with Antoni Brentano remains discreet and even sporadic until her departure from Vienna in 1812, followed by some occasional returns. Some specialists believe that Beethoven, wounded by not being able to realize an ideal love clearly incompatible with Antoni's marital situation, attempted to sublimate this passion in his compositions. Copies from that time or drafts reveal here and there encrypted dedications and coded references that some interpret as allusions to this love. The question remains open, but it is certain that the profound intimacy Beethoven maintained with her, and perhaps with other women, gradually faded behind his forced isolation. In 1815, Beethoven faced the death of his brother Caspar Karl. This event further disrupted his life. He found himself involved in a legal battle for the guardianship of his nephew Karl, the only son of the deceased. This complicated family situation occupied a significant part of his concerns and created a new emotional tier. Certainly, the chronology of the lawsuit and family life would extend beyond 1816, but from that period, one could sense the onset of major tensions related to Karl's education and well-being. Beethoven, convinced that it was his duty to substitute for the missing father, sometimes clashed with the child's mother, Johanna, whose abilities to provide adequate education he contested. When the year 1816 arrives, Beethoven is more focused than ever on composition and intellectual reflection. His famous correspondence with Archduke Rudolf, one of his students and main patrons, frequently mentions the progress of new works and his desire for perfection. The publication of An die ferne Geliebte in April 1816 underscores a willingness to turn to more refined forms while maintaining intense lyricism. The critiques upon the cycle's release highlight the refinement of the overall unity. The first song flows directly into the next without a marked pause, and in the final part, the initial theme reappears, bringing an unusual sense of cyclical closure for the time. This subtle art of return invites comparisons with the techniques of leitmotif, which other composers would develop later in the 19th century. Moreover, Beethoven begins to maintain, perhaps still sporadically, what would become his regular conversation books. His exchanges with visitors, friends, music teachers, or servants need to be written down to compensate for his increasing inability to clearly grasp spoken words. The few witnesses of these early notebooks note the modesty with which Beethoven sometimes responds, merely nodding to confirm what is written, or scribbling a few words, often full of wit or irony. As his deafness worsens, this system will become vital for any dialogue. Adults, and sometimes even children, learn to handle the pencil to communicate with him. The appearance of these notebooks represents an anthropological break in the practice of linguistic exchanges. It is no longer merely about epistolary correspondence, but about the immediate transcription of speech in everyday life. The sentences are often incomplete, interrupted by digressions or topic changes. There are concrete requests, such as supplies and concert arrangements, comments on works in progress, or trivial remarks about the weather and food. It is a unique window into the daily life of a genius musician who, for many current listeners, is sometimes reduced to sublime symphonies and eternal sonatas. These notebooks reveal, on the contrary, a complex man, grappling with almost mundane daily difficulties, but always driven by a powerful, creative energy. Between 1810 and 1816, the contradiction between, on the one hand, the creative peak of a composer having reached the full command of his intellectual faculties, and on the other, the rapid decline of his auditory abilities and social relations, becomes sharper every day. His universe narrows, and he seeks new avenues of expression. Official commissions provide him with occasional financial comfort, but not enough to ease all his worries. His surly and even irascible nature keeps at a distance a public that venerates him indeed as a sacred monster, but can no longer easily approach him. The Viennese elite itself sometimes shows more curiosity than genuine benevolence. At the strictly musical level, it is in the piano repertoire and the vocal form where the transition towards a more free language is best perceived. Some sketches dated around 1815 testify to the ingenuity with which Beethoven already imagines writing solutions that prefigure his last sonatas, for example, Opus 109, 110, or 111, and his ultimate string quartets. Adventurous modulations, themes reduced to minimal melodic cells, contrapuntal overload, all of this emerges in touches in the manuscripts. Moreover, personal suffering contributes to nourishing a poignant gravity in the works, complementing the bright heroism of earlier pages. At the turn of 1817, Ludwig van Beethoven finds himself in an increasingly complex personal situation. His hearing loss, which had manifested since the late 1790s, worsens to the point of plunging him into near deafness. He now barely hears the slightest sound, complicating not only his social relations, but also his way of working. In several letters and notes, he expresses the feeling of being cut off from the outside world, unable to engage in simple conversations. To communicate, he must resort to conversation books where his interlocutors write their words. When he reads their responses, he tries to express himself out loud, often inaccurately or painfully to hear for others. The consequences on his daily life are heavy. He moves from one apartment to another in Vienna, seeking a more suitable place, a more understanding landlord, or simply more tranquility to focus on his art. Besides deficient hearing, his health is marked by abdominal pains and repeated medical setbacks. However, despite this distress, his prestige remains immense in the Austrian capital. Aristocrats, who once invited him to their salons, continue to respect him as a musical genius, but communication with him becomes increasingly laborious. In some meetings, he suggests that everyone speak softly or stick to writing, which profoundly alters the interpersonal dynamic. Although he regularly feels a painful isolation, Beethoven refuses to become inactive and remains focused on his compositions. The Vienna Theater, the Prince patrons, and a few loyal friends like Archduke Rudolph support him morally and financially. He thus lives on the border between two states. On one side, a solitude increasingly imposed by deafness. On the other, exceptional renown in a city that considers him one of the greatest creators of his time. Around 1818, the composer starts seriously focusing on a commission and homage of considerable magnitude. Archduke Rudolph, who has been a friend and a student of Beethoven for several years, is soon to be enthroned as the Archbishop of Olmütz, today's Olomouc, in the Czech Republic. Beethoven has long had an admiration for sacred music, partly inherited from his training in the Bonn chapel. He wishes to offer Rudolph a grand mass, inspired by the classical liturgical tradition, while enriching it with his vision. This undertaking fully absorbs him. He carefully consults the texts of the Mass Ordinary, notably Kyrie, Gloria, Credo, Sanctus, and Agnus Dei. He strives to marry the religious solemnity with his expressive fervor. However, he has not composed a liturgical work on such a scale since the beginning of his career. His goal is not limited to strictly ecclesiastical use. He wants to create a piece of spiritual intensity that can radiate beyond the walls of a cathedral. He believes that sacred music is as much a means of prayer as a high form of art. The sketch drafts, handwritten notes, and multiple orchestration attempts show both his creative drive and the doubts that assail him. The task requires him to overcome his fatigue, his deafness, and the methodological complexity of a high-level polyphonic mass. As he progresses in writing this future Missa Solemnis, Beethoven encounters numerous challenges. The fugal passages, characterized by a complex intertwining of melodic lines, require him to check the accuracy of the voices and the harmonic coherence many times. However, he can no longer rely on his ears. He must conceive everything mentally, reread, imagine the sounds, and then hope that the performers will accurately convey his intentions. In his conversation notebooks, he frequently notes the minutest execution questions, asking for feedback or confirmations on sound balance. The musicians assisting him comply with these demands, aware that they are participating in a fundamental artistic endeavor. However, it is not merely about technique. Beethoven wants the work, from start to finish, to elevate the soul and reveal a deep devotion. Over the months, he consults theological books to refine his dogmatic understanding of the texts, aiming to express their spiritual density. In letters addressed to his entourage, he speaks of the capital importance of the word credo, the affirmation of faith, which he wants to render with unmatched power. He repeatedly says that with the Missa Solemnis, his wish is to awaken and maintain a religious disposition, indicative of the sincere significance he attributes to this project. In 1820, as the composition progresses, Beethoven occasionally interrupts his work to attend to various family and legal concerns. He is engaged in a fierce battle for the guardianship of his nephew Karl, a situation that distresses him and drains his energy. He has to follow legal procedures, meet with magistrates, and argue about his capability to educate the teenager. These troubles add to his health problems. Despite everything, the score of the Missa Solemnis progresses, gaining in breadth and depth. He ultimately completes the essential part of this monumental work in 1823. He officially dedicates it to Archduke Rudolf, whom he honors as a longtime protector and friend. The dedication, appearing at the front of the score, reflects a sentiment of gratitude and spiritual kinship. For Beethoven, it is not only a commissioned piece, but the most accomplished endeavor he has ever undertaken in the realm of sacred music. He imagines that the complete performance of the Missa Solemnis can bring hearts closer and elevate spirits, giving the celebration a profound character. However, the first full execution does not immediately take place in a liturgical setting. For various reasons, including the complexity of the score and the tension between ecclesiastical authorities and the composer, the Mass is mainly disseminated in public or partial concerts. Regardless of its practical use, in Beethoven's mind, this Opus 123 remains a major milestone in his career, a piece he places on the same level of importance as his greatest symphonies. Alongside this vast spiritual project, Beethoven reconsiders an old idea, setting to music the Ode and Die Freude, which means Ode to Joy by Friedrich von Schiller. Many years earlier, in the latter half of the 1790s, he had already considered highlighting this poem, whose exalted message on universal brotherhood deeply touched him. Schiller had written this ode at the end of the 18th century in a humanistic and idealistic impulse that resonated with the Enlightenment as well. But until then, Beethoven had never found the adequate form to integrate this text into a symphonic work. It is in the early 1820s that he returns to this project, driven by the desire to unite the largest number of musical forces into a single great sonic cathedral. He envisions a ninth symphony that would not be limited to instrumental means. He wishes to include human voices, to proclaim a universal message. This endeavor is audacious. While masses, oratorios, and cantatas for choir and orchestra have long been known, it is rare for a symphony, a genre presumably purely instrumental, to conclude with a choral. He sees this, however, as the perfect solution to marry the grandeur of the orchestra with Schiller's text. The exact form requires him long sketches. He revisits certain themes composed earlier, bending them, amplifying them, fusing them, groping, until he finds perfect unity. Initially, he considers a potential choral movement in other sections of the symphony, before convincing himself that this triumphant resolution must occupy the final part. The genesis of this Ninth Symphony is as slow as it is complex. Beethoven works on several drafts, hesitates on how to introduce the choir, corrects, highlights, and erases. The notebooks and sketchbooks he leaves behind testify to diligent labor. As his deafness worsens, he must rely on his inner faculties, sometimes singing the motifs himself, then correcting the pitch of the notes on the score, when he realizes, by reading the reactions of musicians who come to assist him, that certain lines do not harmonize as he had imagined. We observe, for example, that he notes references to the structure Freude, schöner Götterfunken, which means joy, beautiful divine spark, and that he repeatedly modifies the rhythmic approach. The place of the large vocal section also troubles him. Should it begin abruptly with the voice of the solo bass? Should he introduce an orchestral recitative beforehand? Over the months, the final solution takes shape. A multifaceted concluding movement, alternating orchestral passages, solo interventions, and choral singing, culminating in the explosion of the Ode to Joy. There is also a philosophical and literary concern. Indeed, the content of the text, supposed to lead the audience towards the idea of universal brotherhood, must be treated with grandeur, but without falling into the pompous. Beethoven wants to express the jubilation of a reconciled humanity while remaining faithful to the expressive accents of Schiller's poem. When the announcement of the first public performance, scheduled for May 7, 1824, comes, a certain excitement settles in Vienna. The composer has not organized a major concert since 1820. The Viennese remember his previous symphonies, particularly the Fifth and the Seventh, which met with immense success. Nevertheless, there is some uncertainty surrounding this ninth. Rumors circulate that it will include choirs, which seems unusual for a symphony. Additionally, it is known that Beethoven is increasingly deaf. Many wonder how he will conduct or supervise the performance. The financial question also arises. In recent years, Beethoven has struggled to raise funds, and the rental of the hall, recruitment of musicians, and addition of scores represent a challenge. Fortunately, patrons and friends, eager to help him, gather a budget. The Kärntner Tor Imperial Theater, an important venue in Vienna's musical life, is made available. On the evening of the concert, Beethoven, despite his anxieties, is ready. He is supported by some loyal individuals, including his student and copyist Karl Holz, and by renowned performers like soprano Henriette Sontag and contralto Caroline Unger. The rehearsals have been laborious. Placed in front of the orchestra, Beethoven can hardly hear the final result, but continues to beat the time firmly. Sometimes, he is allowed to conduct, while a second conductor is assigned to guide the ensemble if needed. A constant dialogue is established between the composer and the instrumentalists, who try to follow his directions, even when they contradict or when he does not realize that he is maintaining a tempo different from the one given by the hearing musicians. On the fateful evening, the audience flows into the Kärntner Tor Theater. Several hundred people, perhaps 1,000, crowd into the hall. According to accounts, the excitement is palpable. They are finally going to discover the new and mysterious Ninth Symphony. The evening starts with other pieces, including excerpts from the Missa Solemnis, presented in segments rather than in liturgical order. Then comes the long-awaited moment of the final piece on the program, Symphony No. 9. Beethoven is present on stage, visibly nervous. In the first movements, the orchestra explores various musical atmospheres, gravity, momentum, bold harmonic detours. The extreme focus of the musicians is noticeable, as they are aware of playing an exceptional work, In the hall, some critics take feverish notes, not yet knowing how to judge this novelty. The introduction of the choral surprises many listeners. They suddenly hear a soloist's voice rise, followed by the dazzling surge of the choir. The effect is something prodigious for the time. Never before had the orchestral power been combined with human voices to sing a text celebrating joy and fraternity in a symphony. The words soar, Freude, schöner Götterfunken, Tochter aus Elysium. This invocation to joy seizes the audience. Many are discovering this poem in a musical context for the first time. The musicians, carried by the solemnity of the moment, give all their energy to make this gigantic finale resonate. Beethoven, on his part, is in his own world. He keeps time, making broad hand gestures, unaware that subtle, rhythmic discrepancies are being corrected by other participants. No matter, the overall result remains overwhelming for the audience. The orchestra, choir, and soloists conclude the movement in a dazzling crescendo. When silence falls in the hall, it is first and foremost an outbreak of acclamations that rises. The audience applauds wildly, stomping their feet, shouting bravo. Many stand up spontaneously, caught up in the most vivid enthusiasm. Beethoven, however, does not realize the magnitude of this reception. Still turned toward the score before his eyes, his head tilted to the side, he does not perceive the storm of ovations hailing his work. According to accounts, he continues to turn the pages, perhaps thinking that the performance is not quite finished or seeking to mentally verify each passage. At this moment, the contralto Caroline Unger, who is near him, understands the situation and decides to act. With great delicacy, she approaches Beethoven, touches his arm, and prompts him to turn toward the hall. Standing up, she leads him to see with his own eyes the audience's reaction. Other versions of the anecdote say she patted his shoulder or lightly grabbed his coat to catch his attention. In any case, Beethoven eventually turns, and it is then that he sees the crowd. The spectators greet the composer with a concert of praise, with rounds of applause that, in many testimonies, seem endless. Some recount that there were 5 encores, an extremely rare honor at the time. Others mention tears among several members of the audience, shaken by the beauty and intensity of the moment. Beethoven's face was said to express profound emotion. Aware that he can hardly share in this thunder of applause, he tries to thank them with a hand gesture, while his eyes fill with a form of gratitude tinged with sadness. The scene remains etched as one of the most poignant in musical history, symbolizing both the artistic triumph and the personal suffering of the composer. Between 1825 and 1827, the musical creation of Ludwig van Beethoven reached a peak of audacity and depth, even as his health condition inexorably deteriorated. In these very last years of his life, he intensely devoted himself to scores considered by many as unintelligible or disconcerting at their first performance. Among these compositions are the series of late quartets, Opus 127, 130, 131, 132, 133, and 135. Unprecedented in their complexity and formal construction, they paved the way for a new way of hearing chamber music. Written for 2 violins, a viola, and a cello, these quartets dive into harmonic dimensions unknown until then, exploring contrasts between movements of extreme intensity and others of almost unreal softness. Beethoven, whose hearing is at this stage almost entirely lost, manages to transcend the constraint of deafness and project himself into a mental universe where structure and timbre become the vectors of pure internal emotion. Far from being weighed down by the conventions of social concert, he grants each instrument a leading role, while constructing moments of unusual contemplation. This stylistic radicalism intrigues the Viennese public, regularly accustomed to large symphonies and more immediately accessible formats. The critics, often baffled, struggle to describe these scores, which they judge as chaotic or, on the contrary, of inexpressible beauty. Thus, from their publication, there is a divide between those who see them as a masterful accomplishment and those who consider that he has crossed the limits of the comprehensible. The quartet Opus 127, begun around 1825, marks the starting point of this late series. Conceived at the request of Prince Galitzine, a Russian patron of chamber music, it embodies a transition to new forms. Beethoven introduces striking contrasts, notably in the adagio, with a nearly liturgical expressiveness. The audience, during the first performances, does not always know how to react to modulations that deviate from usual harmonies. The same applies to the quartet Opus 130, which contains the famous Great Fugue, which is Opus 133 in its initial version. This monumental fugue was supposed to conclude Opus 130, but judged too confusing, it is finally excluded from the quartet, set aside, and published under the number 133. In this ensemble, Beethoven plays with expectations by associating a slow movement of great interiority with episodes of almost oppressive dramatic intensity. Motifs respond to each other, seem to struggle with one another, then unite or separate through a series of unprecedented digressions for the time. The violins, the viola, and the cello intertwine, exploring uncommon tonalities and demonstrating the vast contrapuntal mastery of the composer, who, despite his almost total isolation from the external sound world, builds a rich musical edifice. Opus 131, composed in the same period, surprises just as much with its cyclic construction of 7 movements chained without pause. Beethoven, no longer constrained by the need to please a broad audience, seems to engage in a quest for artistic absolute. The tempos succeed in creating unexpected atmospheric contrasts. An austere fugato may be followed by a lively section, then by a calm meditation, sometimes close to a prayer, only to return to a determined rhythmic play. This desire to free expressiveness from classical patterns unsettles musicians who must face great technical difficulties, but also the audience, bewildered by the absence of usual formal landmarks. The quartet Opus 132, meanwhile, contains the famous movement known as the Heiliger Dankgesang, which means sacred song of thanksgiving, written in a state of extreme fragility. After experiencing one of his many health crises, Beethoven expresses his gratitude for the transient recovery he then believes he sees. The movement is structured by alternating slow passages of pious solemnity and more cheerful sections, designated by the composer as a new strength. This architecture reveals how the personal, even autobiographical dimension infiltrates the work, with the composer conferring on the musical form an almost confessional significance. The final quartet Opus 135, completed in 1826, subtly evokes questioning about the end of life. In the last movement, Beethoven wrote an enigmatic subtitle on the score, Muss es sein, es muss sein. It can be translated as, is it necessary? It must be. This brief phrase, which may seem simply philosophical, resonates as the expression of doubts and the inevitable destiny he faces. The introductory part is hesitant, almost resigned, while the final resolution embraces, nonetheless, a certain form of light. Many interpreters see it as the exposition of a conflict between life and death, between determination and fatality. The Austrian public, having never heard such audacity in chamber music, finds itself intrigued, sometimes hostile, in front of this inward turn and these stylistic breaks. Some critics, however, begin to sense the visionary power of these scores. A few rare enlightened enthusiasts encourage public performances, even if the reception is often mixed with perplexity. Beethoven seems to increasingly isolate himself behind these demanding pages, immersed in a mental world where sound is reconstructed from an old auditory memory rather than perceived directly. Simultaneously, his deteriorating health leads to multiple complications. For several years, he's been diagnosed with serious liver conditions, probably cirrhosis, as well as kidney problems identified as nephritis. Doctors try various treatments, some as painful as they are ineffective. Ascites, a painful accumulation of fluid in the abdomen, causes him terrible suffering. They perform draining procedures to relieve internal pressure, but their success remains temporary. Physically exhausted, Beethoven nonetheless continues to correct his scores and meet a few brave visitors able to converse with him through conversation books. These, established since 1818, consist of small notebooks where the interlocutor writes their sentence, allowing Beethoven to read and respond orally, or sometimes in writing. The inability to perceive the slightest note, combined with chronic pain, plunges the composer into a state of nervousness mixed with resilience. His rare outings from his apartment occur under delicate conditions. He is frequently exhausted, faces the deafening sounds of the imperial capital, though he only hears them as indistinct vibratory shocks. Yet he persists in maintaining his role as an independent master, refusing to fully bow to conventions and retaining what pride he has left in front of the Viennese nobility who supported him for so many years. The decline becomes more apparent in the winter of 1826. Following a trip to the countryside to visit his brother Johann, Beethoven develops a cold worsened by his already precarious state. Close ones notice a significant weakening. His face becomes more marked, he struggles to move, and his abdominal pains intensify. Despite everything, he tries to finalize some unfinished projects and continues working on musical sketches, passionate about exploring new harmonic paths. The sessions to drain the ascites are repeated, sometimes administered in urgency to avoid suffocation. The doctors hesitate on the course of action, as diagnoses vary from one practitioner to another. To the physical malaise, a near-total isolation is added. Only a few faithful friends, like Stefan von Breuning or the young musician Karl Holz, continue to visit him regularly. Some reports mention the gloomy ambiance of his room, cluttered with manuscript sheets, scattered papers, unsent letters, while Beethoven mostly remains in bed, a blanket pulled up to his chin, with his gaze turned toward the window. On March 26, 1827, a stormy day breaks over Vienna. Accounts report an abrupt change in weather, with a dark sky and violent hail striking the rooftops. Anselm Hüttenbrenner, a friend present at the composer's bedside, describes the scene with precision. He recounts that at a precise moment, a lightning bolt illuminates the room, followed by a roll of thunder. Beethoven, until then weakened and breathing with difficulty, suddenly raised his arm, as if to defy the storm. In this almost theatrical atmosphere, he takes his last breath, his face marked by both suffering and peace. Other sources also mention the presence of his nephew Karl, for whom Beethoven had strived to ensure guardianship, despite many family conflicts. The master's death at the age of 56 occurs in a form of tragic drama, a final gesture that seems to echo the powerful intensity of his final compositions. The news spreads immediately throughout Vienna and beyond. Within a few hours, all the artistic, intellectual, and aristocratic circles of the city learn that the titan of music has passed away. The funeral takes place on March 29, 1827. The Austrian capital, still marked by the post-Napoleonic political troubles, gathers to pay homage to one of its most illustrious residents. The funeral procession attracts a considerable crowd, estimated at nearly 10,000 people. Musicians, modest citizens, students, aristocrats mix their steps, testifying to Beethoven's considerable influence in all circles. According to several accounts, the procession unfolds under a still gray sky, as if echoing the torments of previous days. Funeral chants, probably drawn from his own works, accompany the march, orchestrated by those who had vowed him profound respect. At the end of the procession, Franz Grillparzer, a famous playwright and poet of the time, delivers the eulogy. His speech, still famous, describes Beethoven as a being walled in his genius, deprived of the sense that could have connected him to the world, but transforming this ordeal into an act of superhuman creation. Grillparzer's words highlight the contradiction between a man sometimes difficult, irascible, and solitary, and a visionary creator who bequeaths to the world music designed to break the limits of expression. The assembly listens to this speech in almost religious silence, then accompanies his remains to the cemetery. This moment seals Beethoven's earthly journey, who leaves the stage with a burgeoning aura of legend. After the master's passing, a romantic myth quickly forms around his person and his art. The first biographer to seize it is Anton Schindler, a former secretary and admirer of Beethoven, whose testimony would long hold authority. However, Schindler tends to embellish or alter certain facts, sometimes to serve his own image or to reinforce the quasi-tragic figure of the genius composer. Many accounts thus report potential fictitious exchanges, embellished outbursts, or exaggerated notations concerning Beethoven's solitary heroism. Total deafness becomes a central motif in the posthumous evocation, as if the entire creative process rested on this paradox. A man hearing nothing of the outside world, yet composing the most sublime sounds from the intimacy of his mind. This exaltation fuels a growing enthusiasm among the new generations of romantic musicians, for whom Beethoven symbolizes the accursed and visionary artist, alone against his fate. Anecdotes multiply, whether they concern his fits of anger, his refusal of conventions, his passionate attachment to freedom, or even the tragic solitude of his later years. In this context, historical authenticity blurs, which contributes all the more to the emergence of an icon and the fascination he inspires. Over the course of the 19th century, this image of Beethoven fueled the German nationalist imagination. In a fragmented empire slowly becoming a unified empire, then a German Reich after 1871, the figure of the composer, whose ancestry was partially Flemish, but whose musical heritage was fully Germanic, was co-opted to embody the quintessential German genius. Patriotic speeches at the time extolled the tragic vigor of his symphonies and the highly expressive nature of his chamber music. They saw in this the proof of a profoundly German spirit, both close to Romantic philosophy and the heroic character attributed to the nation. Commemorative initiatives multiplied, statue inaugurations, festivals, or monuments marking the places associated with his life. The late works, once misunderstood, became symbols of a self-transcendence, both artistically and culturally valued. The festivities for the centenary of his birth, and then of his death, further fueled this trend to recreate an almost messianic figure whose mission would have been to lead Western music to its expressive zenith. Germany, in search of founding myths, thus appropriated the composer's spiritual power, even if it meant distorting certain elements of his character or historical details to better serve the heroization. Elsewhere in Europe, and even in America, Beethoven's reputation as a revolutionary in music only grew. An increasing number of musicians and music lovers examined his late quartets with fascination. Their structure, once deemed puzzling, was gradually described as a harmonic advancement and an unprecedented exploration of the musical language. Exegetes reminded the audience of how listening to the Quartet Opus 131 or the Great Fugue Opus 133 continued to demand sustained attention, as the listener was invited to follow melodic lines that intertwined in a complex manner. Posterity, encouraged by the musicological work of the 19th century, multiplied theoretical analyses, attempting to decipher the architecture and hidden symbolism in these works. Composers themselves drew from these innovative canons a source of renewal. Robert Schumann, for instance, declared on more than one occasion that he was deeply touched by Beethoven's legacy. Although he aligned himself with a more intimate romantic sensibility, he saw in the symphonies and quartets evidence that a personal language could embrace universality. He then composed his own works, echoing this idea of expressing subjective emotion within ambitious forms. Johannes Brahms, on the other hand, felt a real deference to the master, to the point of hesitating before publishing his first symphonies, fearing he might not be up to such an inheritance. His work, particularly his symphonies and chamber music, showed a conceptual link with Beethoven, an extreme care brought to thematic development and a textural density inherited from the Germanic tradition. As for Richard Wagner, although he chose opera and the total musical drama, he recognized in the Ninth Symphony and the majestic quartets a model of organic unity. He saw in Beethoven's approach a desire to encompass poetry, philosophy, and sentiment in a single momentum, the most eloquent example being the importance of Schiller's text in the finale of the Ninth Symphony. Wagner then sought, in his own way, a form of total art, where the orchestra, voices, and drama are unified. Gradually, this Beethovenian influence shaped the concept of the symphonic work as a broad discourse, carrying extra-musical ideas. The late quartets, in particular, were for some a laboratory, a model of what could be the most intimate exploration of the sound language. The daring harmonies and rhythmic variations resembled philosophical discussions, sometimes associated with metaphysical questions. This posterity extended from the composers of Romanticism to the avant-gardes of the 20th century, who saw in Beethoven a forerunner, not only for his expressive power, but also for the formal freedom he displayed. Critics and music historians pointed out how the gap between the contemporary reception of the last works and their posthumous exaltation was striking. Initially rejected for their perceived oddity, they gradually became flagship masterpieces, obligatory in the repertoire of any respectable string quartet ensemble. Furthermore, Beethoven's relationship with suffering becomes a significant narrative element in the Romantic culture that unfolds after him. His physical ailments, his deafness, and his psychological distress, combined with the creative explosion at the end of his life, fuel a heroic narrative. Writers, composers, and a whole artistic fervor take up the idea that joy or beauty forged in adversity reaches a higher degree of emotion. This theme is reflected both in poems inspired by Beethoven and in paintings that symbolize the blindness or deafness of the inspired hero. Before the advent of modern medical techniques, Beethoven's struggle against his illness appears as an exemplary ordeal, a sacrifice made for art. In the decades that follow, each new biography, each musical analysis, each commemoration reinforces the sense of an exceptional destiny. The man seems to have risen above the contingencies of the flesh to complete definitive works, at the limits of the comprehensible. Moreover, letters and posthumous documents, scrutinized by musicologists, reveal intimate aspects that shed light on the profound significance of the late quartets. The mention of the Song of Thanksgiving, for example, illustrates Beethoven's ability to combine the most humble gratitude with the sudden surge of a briefly regained vitality. In the sketches of Opus 135, there are small annotations resembling existential maxims. Must it be thus? It must be. It is then perceived that behind the formal complexity, a universal anxiety is expressed. The notes, the rhythms, the structuring of the musical discourse bear the mark of an eschatological questioning. Performers and musicologists of the 19th century eventually saw a philosopher in music, a poet of sounds who, deprived of the sensible dialogue with the world, acts in pure thought. The final pages of the quartet Opus 130, in its revised version, or those of the Great Fugue Opus 133, precisely offer a glimpse of this ultimate intensity, a concentrated discourse, devoid of all artifice, heading toward an unknown horizon. This legacy, symbolized by Beethoven's theatrical death during the storm on March 26, 1827, and by the funeral where a crowd of 10,000 people accompanied his remains, extends into the musical and philosophical history of the following century. From then on, the artist becomes a tutelary figure, and each attempt to reinterpret his works is associated with a rereading of his biography, as if understanding the man were the only way to grasp the depth of his music. Debates continue to determine the authenticity of certain anecdotes or the veracity of Schindler's accounts, but the image of the romantic giant remains. While other composers will lose their aura over generations, Beethoven is catapulted to the rank of absolute reference. His name becomes synonymous with artistic transcendence, symbol of music capable of expressing both anguish, hope, and the grandest exaltation. The late quartets, while never ceasing to challenge and spark debate on the true intentions of the composer, eventually come to be seen as a horizon of excellence, almost a grail of interpretation and analysis. In this perspective, this short interval from 1825 to 1827, so trying for Beethoven's health, retrospectively demonstrates the extraordinary creative power of his musical thought. Beyond the historical dimension and the Viennese context, one already discerns the aesthetic foundations that will fuel much of the symphonic, chamber, and operatic production in the coming decades. Schumann, Brahms, and Wagner will constantly recall, in their writings or conversations, that the Beethovenian spirit hovers above their work. Future generations of composers, from Mahler to Schoenberg, will explicitly recognize the influence of these demanding, even hermetic quartets in shaping their own sonic universes, where form, tonality, and timbre are constantly reinvented. Thus, the contours of the myth continue to become clearer, without any definitive conclusion being drawn, as the work remains to be rediscovered in each era in a new interpretive light.